Unbuckling my seatbelt, I moved to carry my hand luggage and immediately walked through the aisles of the airplane into the arrival lounge of the airport. Once I stepped into the main hall of the airport, everything seemed different. In fact, the air seemed to smell differently. This was not a surprise, as this is home. Boldly written on one of the boards staring at passengers was "Welcome to Nigeria." In my entourage were people from Ukraine, Russia, Sweden, Germany, Spain and America. On stepping out of the airport, some of the Ukrainian delegates led by my premier disciple Pastor Natasha were hell-bent on finding the Nigerian soil. One of the delegates, who is an African, came to report to me that something strange was happening with our Ukrainians. I went to have a talk with Pastor Natasha and the team, and I asked them why they were looking for Nigerian soil. "It is dangerous here. Don't leave the team. As foreigners, you could attract attention to yourselves," I warned. Their response was as firm as my warning. These group of guys and ladies were bent on kneeling down to kiss and pay homage to the Nigerian soil. Moreover, they were actually packing with them as a memorial a part of the Nigerian soil to take back to their countries as a lifelong sign of gratitude and appreciation to what this soil of Nigeria has given to them. The whole Murtala Muhammed International Airport, Lagos, Nigeria was stunned by this white people who were kneeling down and kissing the soil of Nigeria. To the crowd of Nigerians that surrounded them, they gave the explanation: "You Nigerians don't know what you have. Your land has given birth to sons that have come to bless our nations, Ukraine, Russia, Germany, etc. You are one of the greatest nations on earth. Thanks to your son," referring to Pastor Sunday, "we that are here today came to the knowledge of the Lord Jesus Christ. Our lives were saved, our nations redeemed, and hope restored to our people. The least we could do was come and pay tribute to the land that gave birth to such great sons like Pastor Sunday Adelia." Little did they know that Pastor Sunday is just one out of such sons given to the world by this peculiar nation called Nigeria. No doubt sons like this from Nigeria are numerous. Nigerians who were given birth to either in Nigeria itself or by Nigerian parents are ruling the world in every sphere imaginable. These people are now scattered all over the globe, making impact and making a difference in different spheres of the society. If descendants of Nigeria are making such a difference in the nations of the world, how much greater feats could be accomplished by millions of Nigerians who are back at home? There is no excuse under the sun why Nigeria cannot become the greatest nation on earth. Hence the reason behind this book. On one hand, I want to introduce you to a new player on the world stage. On the other hand, I want to wake up the sleeping giants in every single Nigerian. As many as will come across this book. On the particular scene I described above, I made to greet a few people I met at the airport in the language that was familiar with them. I just love everything about this place called Nigeria. Most importantly, I love the people of Nigeria. Their warmth, their personality, and the sense of purpose that an average Nigerian seems to carry with him was something I cherished a lot. Nigerians are naturally ambitious people. They have got a lot of resilience and can withstand unthinkable hardships and difficulties. Nigerians are like the palm tree, they bend but they don't break. No wonder, a lot of them are leaders in different parts of the world. That for many people has been an irony over the years. It is confusing to find Nigerians leading conveniently in many parts of the world, and yet Nigeria itself is undeveloped. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is still regarded as a third world country, whereas her sons and daughters are the bedrocks on which the developed countries build their own civilization. What could be happening? What could have gone wrong? It is a well-known and well-read fact that a Nigerian Dr. Osatuhamwanosemwanchi is responsible for building drones for the American Army, and he is an integral part of the United States Armed Forces. He is among many other Nigerians on which vital components of the United States economy and national life is built. How can a nation have such a son, yet be struggling to survive? The feeling I had on this particular occasion is the same feeling I have always had whenever I visited Nigeria. No doubt Nigeria is like an undiscovered and untapped gold mine. So much wealth in one place, yet the realities of the people is poverty, hunger, lack and many other problems. What immediately came to my mind was a picture from the scriptures which said, "When he, Jesus, saw the crowds, he had compassion on them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd." Matthew chapter 9 verse 36. I believe that the time for Nigeria to manifest her true greatness has come. In this book, I have laid out a blueprint to tapping the enormous wealth and potential of the Nigerian people. I have exposed in this book how to move Nigeria from her current pitiable state to her rightful enviable place. Using facts, statistics and a good chunk of her history, I have unraveled why I think Nigeria is the greatest country in the world, and yet can actualize that potential conveniently. Nigeria by potential could be ahead of America, Germany, France, United Kingdom and other first world countries. I have shown in this book how we can work that potential till we become the greatest single nation on earth. Do not think that this is impossible until you read this book. You will discover that I am not just making strange statements. Our history and certain events of our recent past also shows that Nigeria can indeed teach America and the rest of the world. Like I said, we have not just been one of the greatest countries in the world in our history, we have achieved global feats recently, and in no distant future, we will again become the greatest country in the world. I congratulate you for having such a timely book as this in your hand. For together, we will build a nation of our dreams. Welcome to the new Nigeria, welcome to the new world, a world where indeed Nigeria is the leader and the greatest country. If you believe this and want to learn how this can be made possible, then turn the pages. For the love of God, Church and Nation. Sunday Atalaya, Chapter 1. The Foundation for My Audacity. I know it sounds like fantasy or a fairy tale when I say that we can make Nigeria the greatest country in the world. But this is the kind of fairy tale that could soon become a reality. Many people often ask me for the reason behind my audacity on Nigeria. Many people have asked me why I'm always saying such big things about Nigeria. I know perhaps it was your curiosity that also made you pick up this book. You are wondering how I could say, we want to make Nigeria the greatest country in the world. Is it because I'm a Nigerian? But not every Nigerian says such things. Is it because I believe in Nigeria so much? Oh yes, but much more. What then is responsible for my audacity in saying, Nigeria is going to become the greatest country in the world? We will soon get into the heart of our discussion and you will agree with me no less. Why Nigeria is potentially a greater nation than America. In this book, I am going to give you concrete facts and figures on why I strongly believe Nigeria is potentially a greater nation than any other nation on earth including America. Perhaps not in today's reality but in the reality of the future. I am also going to outline roadmaps, guideline, plan, and strategies with which we can actualize our potential. There is no doubt that you will be convinced as much as I am that Nigeria indeed is a greater nation than the United States, Germany, France, or any of such celebrated countries. Hence the need for all these countries to also learn from the tutorship of Nigeria in some areas, especially in specific areas where Nigeria is currently leading the world. I am not just saying all of what I am saying is prophecy, I am saying what I know and what I am sure of. I am absolutely convinced of this, and towards this course I dedicate the remainder of my existence on earth. There will be no sweeter story than Nigeria becoming a greater nation than the United States. There will be no better or more classic irony than when all the nations on earth traveled down to Africa, to the continent that was once called the Dark Continent, and to the nation on the bank of the Niger River to learn how to build a nation from grass to grace. Within my lifetime, it is possible that governments of countries will come to Nigeria to learn systems and how to make things work. This will happen when they see how Nigeria dramatically changed the course of her story. Yes, it is possible, and this is what will happen soonest. As far as I am concerned, it is for the future. A future which we can make great and glorious by our united actions and invincible benevolence towards one another. Under no circumstance shall we be drawn again into the experiences of the past, which would have been forever gone, irredeemable and irreparable. Obafemi Awolowo. Why am I so sure? Am I just declaring a prophecy? What is this that I am talking about? I am not just talking and declaring prophecy. I am speaking from the mountaintop. I have seen how things can work. I have in my mind a blueprint to cause and bring about the change that we desire. Hence, my goal and passion for writing such a book as this. This book will definitely be invaluable to every Nigerian. Beyond Nigerians, everyone who loves their country will have to read carefully to understand the different principles which I will unveil through this chapter and subsequent chapters, so that they might be able to apply similar principles to build their own countries too. I have no doubt within me that the reason we are not yet having many developed countries, especially in Africa, is because we do not know how to. Now that I think there are many agitations for the development of Nigeria in many quarters, now that many more people seem to be speaking out, something tells me that Nigeria might be finally ready to maximize her potential as a country. Nigeria might be finally ready to teach the rest of the world how to grow a nation. Hence, my readiness to release unto people that which I am certain of and to give to Nigerians our roadmap for actualizing true greatness. At this point, let us consider a few facts quickly. The power and resources of America. The United States of America, the most powerful nation on earth which controls 1/4 of the world's economy, stands so tall that it doesn't look possible for an African nation to be able to teach them anything, at least in the near 100 years. Anybody who has been to the United States or lived there would tell you that their colossal status in the world is not by accident. Surely, America is a great nation. Let's check out some statistics about the United States of America. America is the father of our modern democracy. America was the first to put a man on the moon. Coca-Cola, the world's most known soft drink product, comes from America. America created the modern movie industry, Hollywood. America is the mother of the modern-day technological age, Microsoft, Google, Yahoo, Apple, Internet, Facebook, Twitter, etc. America is a land of opportunities and equality. America is a country of religious liberty. They are the inventors of the airplane through the Wright brothers. The American dollar is the most popular and most traded currency in the world. America has produced the highest amount of Nobel Prize winners in history, 270. I can guess what is going on in your mind. What is Pastor Sunday after? How is this guy going to write his way out of this? How is he going to support his statement of when Nigeria teaches America? Okay, here we go. History proves it. Nigeria teaches America. Let's start with the event of recent times. James Entwistle is an American ambassador to Nigeria. After being an observer and a witness at Nigeria's general elections in 2015, he made a remarkable statement that could signal to the greatness Nigeria possesses as a nation. Despite our inadequacies and failures, even in that concluded elections, the Honorable Mr. Ambassador still made this compelling statement. I am very impressed by the decision of INEC to use technology in this election. The permanent voter cards are very high-tech. They are more high-tech than my voter card from the state of Virginia in the U.S. My voter card does not have biometric. It does not have my fingerprint. The high-tech gives the process more integrity. I congratulate INEC on taking the part of high-tech. I think we need to come and study it so that we can use it in my country. Could this be the proverbial cloud in the sky in the shape of a man's hand that made Elijah to outrun King Ahab's chariot? 1 Kings chapter 18 verses 44-46. Brethren, I see a picture of things to come for our beloved nation. Somehow I can see afar off, a day when Nigeria would arise as the leader of the black race. That will one day outrun the technologically advanced nations of the first world, including America. Again, I strongly believe that this is not just possible in potential, but it is possible in reality, just as I have shown above by the honest remarks of the Honorable Ambassador. Mr. James Entwistle might not have had this in mind when he simply pointed out a visible fact during Nigeria's last election, but beyond the visible, God sometimes allows us to perceive in the spirit things that are to come. If I will borrow some words from the famous Martin Luther King's speech, "I have a dream," then I will also declare that I have a dream. I have a dream that one day our nation, Nigeria, will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Plateau the sons of Muslims and the sons of Christians will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day even the state of Borno, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of terrorism, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that our little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged what tribe or part of the nation they hail from, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day, down in the southern state of Bayelsa, little boys and girls of the Idra tribe will be able to join hands with little boys and girls from the Fulani tribe of the north. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. There is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to my country with. With this faith we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. Paraphrasing Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. See the handwriting on the wall. Dear friends, let it be known to you today that one day all Nigerians will be able to go back with confidence to their native towns and villages, knowing fully well that a new Nigeria will arise. We will go to Kaduna, we will go to Ore, we will go to Sapele, we will go to Maiduguri, we will go to Achi, we will go to Ilorin. We will go back to the savannas of our northern cities, knowing that somehow our current situation can and will be changed. Nigeria will be a great nation again. Can you see the handwriting on the wall? To anyone that has ears, let him hear today that America would eventually be referred to as the setting sun, while the most populous black nation on earth would soon be referred to as the rising star. Is that not already happening? You may doubt, but for anyone who has the eyes of the future, then the handwriting on the wall is quite clear for all to read. Glimpses of this truth abound for those who have eyes to see. Allow me to share with you some of those facts that are already visible for everyone to see. A case in example is the way and manner which the deadly virus Ebola was curtailed on the shores of Nigeria in 2014. This was aptly reported in an online forum called The Conversation. Ebola, Nigeria taught the world on disease control. The diagnosis of the first case of Ebola in Lagos, Nigeria in July 2014 set off alarm bells around the world. The fear was that it would trigger an apocalyptic epidemic that would make the outbreaks in Liberia, Sierra Leone and Guinea, where 1322 cases were reported and 728 people had died within 5 months, pale in comparison. This fear was very justifiable. Lagos has a population of over 21 million with a population density in built-up areas of about 20,000 people per square kilometer. In some areas it is as high as 50,000 people per square kilometer. But within 3 months, the most densely populated country on the continent had managed to contain the deadly virus with only 8 deaths. By October 20, the World Health Organization declared Nigeria Ebola-free. In stark contrast, 14 months after the first case of Ebola was declared in Liberia, the country celebrated the announcement that it was Ebola-free. A combination of factors enabled Nigeria to contain the virus in such a short space of time. These included fast thinking on the part of government, a tried and tested tracking system, pooled expertise and assistance from national and international agencies. The game plan. The disease was brought into the country on July 20 by Patrick Sawyer, a Liberian-American financial consultant. Sawyer initially denied exposure to Ebola. He was treated for presumed malaria after suffering from a fever, vomiting and diarrhea. Sawyer died 5 days after his arrival. By then he had triggered a line of exposure. By September 2015, 20 people had been infected, 12 of whom were in Lagos State and 8 in Rivers State. 7 more subsequently died. In the week that Sawyer was diagnosed, an emergency operation center was set up. At its core was the system Nigeria had developed for its war against polio and lead poisoning. The deputy manager of the polio campaign was brought in to head the Ebola response team, and operations were rapidly scaled up. The success of the system laid in a strong coordinating team that supervised house-to-house surveillance. A team of 40 trained epidemiologists and 150 contact tracers was mobilized. They drew up a list of all Sawyer's contacts and those of the subsequent Ebola cases. Locations were mapped and the hotspots identified. 50 teams of contact tracers did house-to-house in-person visits within a radius of each Ebola contact. In total, they visited 26,000 households in Lagos and Rivers states. Aside from an initial case assessment, the team also managed the data, infection alerts and rumors, and implemented community-based surveillance. 5 other units backed up their work. These included strategy and coordination, case management and infection control, social mobilization, laboratory services and points of entry. The strategy team coordinated the activities of the Ministries of Health and the international partners, dealt with the media and ensured funding, administrative and logistic support. The social mobilization team worked on advocacy, dealing with issues of stigma, the psychological and social well-being of contacts and the reintegration of discharged patients into their communities. All ports of entry were monitored. The temperature of everyone passing through airports, seaports and land borders were checked for potential exposure. The case management and infection control team treated and managed every laboratory confirmed or suspected case. Their job was also to prevent the infection being transmitted. This involved training healthcare workers at treatment centers and healthcare facilities on how to take precautions and set up screening centers. They also focused on ensuring safe burials. In the hours and days following news of Sawyer's diagnosis, fear, myths and rumors spread around Nigeria like wildfire. Much of this was fanned by the press. This led to healthcare workers refusing to treat any bleeding or feverish patients. The strategy team brought things under control by engaging the media, communities and key opinion leaders. A multi-pronged plan was put in place. Healthcare workers and communities were given hands-on training about standard precautions and infection prevention. Protective equipment was also made available to healthcare centers in the communities. Simple messages were developed that considered the available resources at healthcare facilities. In some instances, it was as basic as placing a chair at the end of a hospital corridor and cordoning off an area so that suspected cases could be isolated from other patients. There was also a concerted effort to educate the media and to keep people informed. Daily briefings on patient recovery helped reduce fear. Despite the tragedy, the Ebola outbreak proved how important it is to rapidly respond to an outbreak with a unified plan backed up with expertise, manpower and a health system with effective infection controls. How Nigeria taught the world. Apart from the massive steps highlighted above, very important was the lesson in national unity evident in the unprecedented cooperation between the Nigerian public and private sectors, teaching hospitals, universities and volunteers. It was a massive team effort led by Nigerians assisted by the international agencies. Nigeria proved the pundits wrong. The way and manner in which Nigeria managed the deadly disease was a big lesson to the world on disease control. The whole world watched in amazement as Nigeria did the impossible. The deadly disease of Ebola was brought to an abrupt end in just 3 months, a feat deemed impossible. Now, only few challenges in the world are as posing and deadly as the Ebola virus. I personally believe that the Ebola virus is as deadly if not more deadly than the virus of corruption, nepotism and ethnicity, insecurity and myriads of others eating the country deep. Now, who says Nigeria cannot end all of this same way it put an end to Ebola in just 3 months? This is a feat only a country as determined and resolute as Nigeria can achieve. Do you now see a reason why I said that Nigeria will be referred to as the rising sun in a short while? So impressed was the rest of the world by this giant effort by Nigeria that the World Health Organization Director General Margaret Chan came out to say, if a country like Nigeria, hampered by serious security problems, can do this, any country in the world experiencing an imported case of Ebola can hold onward transmission to just a handful of cases. She declared this at a time noting that even the United States had no Ebola control yet. Oh, what a nation I belong to, my beloved Nigeria. Also, the United Nations Council and several governments of nations poured encomiums on Nigeria, praising her for providing leadership for the world in disease control. Nigeria, not America, is world's police. Apart from providing leadership for the world in the area of disease control, a little-known fact to many people in the world today is that Nigeria, not even America, is the police of the world with her unrelenting commitment to peacekeeping missions around the world. As at the 30th of June 2017, Nigeria has a total of 1,667 men of the armed forces in the United Nations peacekeeping troops, a report available on the United Nations website. America has only 74 men of the armed forces in the peacekeeping operations of the United Nations. The strides and commitment of Nigeria to keeping world peace is one that cannot be downplayed. This is a major way that Nigeria is providing leadership for the world. Nigeria first provided UN peacekeepers to Congo, ONUC, from 1960 to 1964. Since then, Nigeria has been an active participant in UN peacekeeping missions, deploying military contingents, unarmed military observers, military staff officers, formed police units, police advisors and civilian experts to over 25 UN missions. Nigeria is currently one of the largest UN contributing countries with military and civilian personnel deployed in 10 UN peacekeeping operations and the African Union mission in Somalia. Nigeria has also played pivotal roles in other non-UN missions in Africa. As the preponderant power in West Africa, Nigeria has been the main provider of military and other resources for ECOWAS peace operations to the tune of $8 billion United States dollars in its various missions in Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, and Sierra Leone. During the peak of the Liberian and Sierra Leonean civil wars in the 1990s, Nigeria provided over 70% of ECOMOG's military and civilian personnel, as well as logistical support. In 2003, it deployed 1,500 troops to the ECOWAS mission in Liberia, ECOMIL, and a medical and signals team to the ECOWAS mission in Côte d'Ivoire in 2003, ECOMICI. In 2004, 1,500 Nigerian troops were deployed in Darfur as part of the O mission in Sudan, AMIS. Recently, Nigeria also provided 1,200 troops to the African-led International Support Mission in Mali, AFISMA, and 200 police officers to AMISOM. Nigeria deployed the first set of individual police officers (IPOs) in Africa in ONUC in 1960, while the pioneer-formed police unit (FPU) of 120 officers was deployed in Liberia in 2004. While the rest of the world applauds this initiative by Nigeria, it is rather sad that many Nigerians are ignorant of the large efforts the country is making. Many people do not know that the stability of the world is largely dependent on the backing the United Nations receive from the Nigerian troops, who have been described as some of the best fighting forces on land around the world. This is historic. This points to the future. A future where Nigeria leads in all things. The actions of successive Nigerian governments is applaudable in this regard. More concerted efforts only need to be geared towards international operations, not forgetting the security concerns of her citizens at home. I know you will readily agree with me that if Nigeria through her troops can strive towards peacekeeping and stability of many countries around the world, nothing stops her from squashing all security threats and terrorist threats within her borders in a few time. This has been so difficult over the years because many acts of terrorism within Nigeria are largely politically motivated. These acts of terrorism have never brought the capability of our military force to the fore. We only need to dismantle the interests of the powerful forces who sabotage the efforts of the government, and Nigeria will be one of the most peaceful countries in the world. The Nigerian armed forces have boasted time and again of their capability to stem any act of terrorism within days only if every political interest and motivation is removed from the equation. Such is the power of the country called Nigeria, a nation that does not cower under threat, a nation that does not break in spite of war. In fact, historically, many people have thought that Nigeria would be a country forgotten immediately after the civil war that occurred from 1967 to 1970. A period in time when almost 1 million lives were lost. The Nigerian Civil War, also known as the Nigerian Biafran War, was a 3-year, bloody conflict with a death toll numbering more than 1 million people. Having commenced 7 years after Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the war began with the secession of the southeastern region of the nation on May 30, 1967, when it declared itself the independent Republic of Biafra. The ensuing battles and well-publicized human suffering prompted international outrage and intervention. Carved out of the west of Africa by Britain without regard for pre-existing ethnic, cultural and linguistic divisions, Nigeria has often experienced an uncertain peace. Following decades of ethnic tension in colonial Nigeria, political instability reached a critical mass among independent Nigeria's 3 dominant ethnic groups, the Hausa Fulani in the north, Yoruba in the southwest, and Igbo in the southeast. On January 15, 1966, the Igbo launched a coup d'état under the command of Major General Johnson Agui Ironside in an attempt to save the country from what Igbo leaders feared would be political disintegration. Shortly after the successful coup, widespread suspicion of Igbo domination was aroused in the north among the Hausa Fulani Muslims, many of whom opposed independence from Britain. Similar suspicions of the Igbo junta grew in the Yoruba West, prompting a joint Yoruba and Hausa Fulani counter-coup against the Igbo 6 months later. Counter-coup leader General Yakubu Gowon took punitive measures against the Igbo. Further anger over the murder of prominent Hausa politicians led to the massacre of scattered Igbo populations in northern Hausa Fulani regions. This persecution triggered the move by Igbo separatists to form their own nation of Biafra the following year. Less than 2 months after Biafra declared its independence, diplomatic efforts to resolve the crisis fell apart. On July 6, 1967, the federal government in Lagos launched a full-scale invasion into Biafra. Expecting a quick victory, the Nigerian army surrounded and buffeted Biafra with aerial and artillery bombardment that led to large-scale losses among Biafran civilians. The Nigerian Navy also established a sea blockade that denied food, medical supplies and weapons, again impacting Biafran soldiers and civilians alike. Despite the lack of resources and international support, Biafra stood firm, refusing to surrender in the face of overwhelming Nigerian military superiority. The Nigerian army, however, continued to slowly take territory, and on January 15, 1970, Biafra surrendered when its military commander General Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu fled to Côte d'Ivoire. During this civil war, an estimated 3,000 to 5,000 people died daily in Biafra from starvation as a result of the naval blockade. The international reaction to the military conflict in Nigeria at the time helped define how the world now views and responds to similar crises. Even in conflict, Nigeria still taught the world. The war became a defining point for many Nigerians. This is why I believe that in spite of the current agitations and tensions in the country, a good student of history knows that Nigeria has been through worse yet remained indivisible and invincible. This is also the reason I challenge us as Nigerians to accept our fate and common destiny. We were created to be together and nothing can ever set us apart. The beauty of Nigeria is in her diversity. A thing is only as beautiful to the degree of her diversity. Beautiful paintings often come in many colors. Even the rainbow is not monochrome. So quick was the recovery of Nigeria after the Civil War that it became stronger economically than the now celebrated United States and England. In 1976, 75 kobo exchanged for £1 and 60 kobo exchanged for $1. Can you imagine that? A nation that had just been through tragic war rose back within a space of about 5 years to become one of the strongest economies in the world at that time. What that currency exchange meant was that if you had $1,000 at the time, you only had 600 naira, and only 750 naira if you had £1,000. This was just 4 decades ago. It is unfortunate what the naira is today, but out of the ashes I see a beacon of hope. I see Nigeria rising again through the woods. If in just 40 years, so much devastation and degradation happened, then in less than 40 years we can rebuild every ruin. We can make Nigeria the greatest country in the world again. At this period in 1976, a holder of the Nigerian passport could travel to more than 100 countries without visa. Nigerians were looked on with respect at airports and around the world. Our embassies around the world were filled with people who wanted to come visit Nigeria for a trip of their lifetime. Nigeria was the golden spot. If you are old enough, you will remember the Festac 1977, a period when the entire world beamed its light on Nigeria. It was a celebration of art and culture, unity and diversity. It was too much of a beauty to behold that the entire world at the time struggled to be in Nigeria. The world trooped down to Nigeria. The world simply had never seen anything like that celebration before, and Nigeria showcased what has been regarded as the largest art festival in the history of the world. Festac 77 is also known as the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture. The first was in Dakar, 1966, was a major international festival held in Lagos, Nigeria. From the 15th of January 1977 to the 12th of February 1977. The month-long event celebrated African culture and showcased to the world African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance and religion. About 16,000 participants, representing 56 African nations and countries of the African diaspora, performed at the event. Artists who performed at the festival included Stevie Wonder from United States, Gilberto Gil from Brazil, Bembeya Jazz National from Guinea, Mighty Sparrow from Grenada, Les Ballets Africains, South African Miriam Makeba, and Franco Luamba Macchiati. At the time it was held, it was the largest Pan-African gathering to ever take place. A housing estate known as Festac Village was constructed as accommodation for about 17,000 participants. However, the long-term objective of the village under the federal housing program was to relieve some of the housing pressure in Lagos. The housing estate was proposed for construction within 2 years, with more than 40 contractors working on different sites of the project. In total, 5,088 dwelling units were built prior to the festival, and an additional 5,687 were to be completed by the end of 1977. During the festival, the housing estate was the venue for performance rehearsals and interaction by participants as various troupes rehearsed their routines in the day and at night. For hosting the performances and lectures, a state-of-the-art multi-purpose theater was built to serve also as a lasting center of African art and culture. The theater's design was based on the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria, with the Bulgarian firm Techna Exportstroy hired to build it. The then-new complex had 2 exhibition halls, 5,000 capacity performance and event hall, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, and 2 cinemas. The theater hosted dance, music, art exhibitions, cinema, drama and the colloquium. All of those facilities at the time were some of the best in the world. Today, these facilities lie in ruins. How then did Nigeria fail and fall from such enviable heights? How did we get into the dust that we are in today? Well, this will be the subject of another of my book titled, Why Countries Fail. It will be an intellectual look into the cause of every Nigeria's problem. However, that is not the focus of subject right now. How can Nigeria rise again to become the greatest country on earth? That is our focus. Just as we rebuilt Nigeria after the Civil War to have bigger and stronger economy in just 5 years than even the United States and England, we need to rebuild our country again. You and I only need to take on this pressing challenge. We need that same determination that got us out of the war and dispute, to build a country not just for ourselves but also for our children. We need to go back to such unity as was displayed during Festac 77, where humanity was not about race or tribe or gender. It was about the one thing that unified all of us. We are one black race, we are one nation, indivisible under God. Looking to the future, let's consider another area in which Nigeria is bound to lead the world. Nigeria's population was just 16 million in 1911. It is projected to hit 444 million by 2050, surpassing the US and becoming the fourth largest country in the world. If it continues at that growth rate, in another 25 years, it is expected to be the largest country in the world. Lagos' population in 1872 was 60,000. By 2050 it will be the third largest city in the entire world with a current population of over 21 million people. What does this spell for Nigeria? It means standing tall when it comes to human resources in the world. It means we will have many more Nigerians breaking grounds. If we will only take advantage of our enormous human capital and provide the environment for each citizen to thrive, Nigeria will easily become the greatest nation on earth. In the next chapter, I am going to continue on this all-important discussion of making Nigeria the greatest country in the world. I am sure that at this stage of the book, you already know that nothing is wrong with Nigeria. We have been among the greatest country in the world in times past. We can do it again. Let us consider more steps for the actualization in the next chapter. 1. Now that there are many agitations for the development of Nigeria in many quarters, Nigeria might be finally ready to maximize her potential as a country. 2. Despite our inadequacies and failures, even in 2015 concluded elections, the USA ambassador admitted to the superiority of Nigeria's voting card. 3. Somehow I can see afar off, a day when Nigeria would arise as the leader of the black race, that will one day outrun the technologically advanced nations of the first world including America. 4. America would eventually be referred to as the setting sun, while the most populous black nation on earth would soon be referred to as the rising star. 5. The way and manner in which Nigeria managed the deadly Ebola disease was a big lesson to the world on disease control. 6. A little-known fact to many people in the world today is that Nigeria, not even America, is the police of the world. 7. The international reaction to the military conflict in Nigeria during the Civil War helped define how the world now views and responds to similar crises. 8. So quick was the recovery of Nigeria after the Civil War that it became stronger economically than the now celebrated United States and England. Chapter 2. Nigerians teaching the world. Previously, we looked at the achievements of America as a great nation. We also considered few among the many achievements that Nigeria has made historically. We compared the tales of the two nations and we evidently diagnosed that nothing, absolutely nothing is wrong with Nigeria. We established the fact that what Nigeria is going through currently is a phase in her national life. This phase is bound to usher in a new phase of industrialization and massive development. I will now show you examples of Nigerians who are already showing the world the greatness in Nigeria. Let us look at certain Nigerians who are demonstrating that indeed Nigeria can become the greatest country in the world. Showcasing Nigeria's prowess. A big news hit the newsrooms of the world media in the first quarter of 2015. Stars were born. Munir Akali from Minnesota, Stefan Stoikov from Indiana, Victor Agbafe from North Carolina and Harold Eka from New York got multiple admission offers in all 8 Ivy League schools in the United States of America: Brown University, Columbia University, Cornell University, Dartmouth College, Harvard University, University of Pennsylvania, Princeton University and Yale University. This type of feat is recorded yearly in the United States of America. A semester before Kwasi Enan, 17, a Ghanaian immigrant, attained the same height. Still a few years earlier, another Nigerian prodigy, Sohila Ibrahim, attained the same height and ended up going to Harvard at 15. She is regarded as one of the 50 smartest teenagers in the world. She was treated to a dinner by no less a person than the President of the United States himself, Barack Obama. What makes this story of interest today is that, of the 4 outstanding students that year, 2 of them are Nigerians, while all 4 are immigrants. Victor Agbafe and Harold Eka were born to Nigerian parents. This goes to prove my point that Nigeria is the rising star of the future world. While the fact that all the prodigies are immigrants shows that America is taking a nosedive and is becoming the setting star of the future. Harold Eka, a prodigy. Harold Eka's family moved to the United States from their native Nigeria when he was 8. He's done pretty well for himself since then. Eka, a senior at Elmont Memorial High School in Long Island, New York, had a GPA of over 100 at school. He got a 2,270 out of 2,400 on the SAT. And he was accepted to all 13 colleges he applied to, including all 8 Ivy League schools, as well as Johns Hopkins and MIT. Eka was also a Model UN leader, a drummer, a youth choir director and a leader at a mentorship program at his school. My parents' hard work and my hard work finally paid off, Eka, 17, told the New York Post. Elmont's principal, John Capozzi, told CNN that Eka is one of the most humble young men I've ever had the opportunity to meet. Anybody who sees my story can say, if he can do it, I can do it, said Eka. I'm just a kid who had a real strong support system. With such exceptional young men like Harold Eka, tell me why I won't boast that Nigeria can again become one of the greatest countries in the world. Think of how many of such fine young men we have in our dilapidated classrooms all across Nigeria today, just waiting for the perfect environment for them to thrive, to blossom like Harold Eka. If Harold never got a chance to travel out of Nigeria, he perhaps would have been forgotten and would not have become a world star. But the chance and opportunity he got showed the Nigerianness in him. It showed that Nigerians, when given the right soil and nutrition and environment, will grow to become the largest cedar in the forest. What our government must immediately strive to do, what we all as Nigerians must do as a matter of urgency, is to create a better learning environment for all of our young ones. There is no doubt that what we greatly owe the younger generation is access to good education and a chance to life. We must, as a matter of emergency, provide this opportunity. There is no doubt that even if this will be the only agenda of our government and their only pursuit, we will well be on our way to become the greatest country in the world today. There is no argument that hidden in this young people lies the discovery and solution to our power and energy problems. These young minds will solve our problems of healthcare. These young people will revolutionize agriculture and find solutions to the problems of our environment. These young people will become our armed forces and solve our pressing security problems. Such is the power of the Nigerian mind. I believe that the Nigerian, given the right environment, will always do better than any other person from across the world. This is how to make Nigeria the greatest country in the world. Let us look at another exceptional Nigerian in the story named Victor Agbafe. Victor Agbafe, making Nigeria proud. Victor Agbafe was born to Nigerian parents. Agbafe applied to 14 colleges, all 8 Ivies, as well as other top schools such as Stanford, Duke, and Emory, receiving acceptances to each one. If you look at the acceptance rates of these schools, it's just so difficult to get into even one, he said. So I would have been happy at any one of them. It wasn't about that I did this, it was a positive thing for my family, my school, my community, Agbafe said. Still, he had advice for other high school students who might want to accomplish the same feat. Life is a roller coaster ride, and if you keep trudging forward and put forth your best effort, things are going to end up the way they should, Agbafe said. Always stay positive, stay focused, stay humble, stay hungry. Those are the keys to success. At Cape Fear Academy, Agbafe served as student body president, played on the basketball team, and participated in various other extracurricular activities. The 17-year-old planned to become a neurosurgeon after he finishes college and medical school, eventually going into public policy. To this end, Agbafe said he was looking for a school with strong government, economics, and science programs. He wants to explore questions such as, how can I use the platform for treatments? How can I make it available for everyone in all communities? Like few other high school students who gained acceptance letters to all 8 Ivies, Agbafe is a first-generation American. His mother came to the U.S. from Nigeria. I just feel that there's a strong sense of the opportunity available to us, he said. Our parents remind us that there have been a lot of people before us who have had to make a lot of sacrifices, Victor told Business Insider. Victor's story, like Harold's, showcases the latent potential of Nigerians. I dream of that day when we will have an educational environment like the United States currently has. Then we will unleash on the world millions of young men like Victor Agbafe and Harold Eka. The world has not seen anything yet through such young men. Nigeria is again poised to become the greatest country in the world. Victor and Harold are not alone in their giant strides. Such achievement is fast becoming a yearly routine for Nigerians living in America. Augusta Uwamanzuenene, proud to be Nigerian. Augusta is another Nigerian-American who made headlines in 2016 when she achieved same feat as Victor and Harold, getting accepted into all the 8 Ivy League schools. It was only the second year such a feat was achieved, and on both occasions, it was done by Nigerians. Daily Mail reported Augusta's story exclusively as these. For the second time in as many years, a student at suburban New York's Elmont Memorial High School has been accepted at all 8 Ivy League universities. Augusta Uwamanzuenene had to decide whether she'll attend one of the prestigious Northeastern universities. The daughter of Nigerian immigrants also could choose from Johns Hopkins University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, New York University, and Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. My recent accomplishments reflect the hard-working ideals of the town of Elmont, my supportive parents, and my dedicated teachers. I am elated, but most importantly I am thankful, said the 17-year-old valedictorian with a 101.64 weighted grade point average. Augusta is the daughter of Nigerian immigrants, who are obviously thrilled with her application success. My family is so excited, Augusta told News 12 Long Island. Sometimes I feel like they get so much more excited than me. They literally scream. When I called my mom and told her, she was screaming on the phone. Though I was born here in America, I visited Nigeria many times, she told WABC. And I've seen that my cousins don't have the same opportunities that I have. So definitely, whatever I do, I want to make sure that it has an impact on Nigeria. Please read carefully the later part of Augusta's story. This young lady carefully attributed her success to the opportunities she got in the United States. She knew that there wasn't anything special about her and that her relatives in Nigeria could have done same if they were given same opportunities. When given same chance, all her cousins and nephews could have achieved same feat too. She has a mission to impact Nigeria, to bring change to the country and to provide opportunities for people. If a young girl as Augusta is making this claim, then what is stopping our government? Our privileged citizens? Our elite? Our politicians? What is stopping you and I? If we all can focus our energy on just creating a better environment for our young people alone, Nigeria will become the greatest country in the world. Ifeoma Whitethorpe, yet another prodigy. Just in the early parts of 2017, another Nigerian-American high school student, Ifeoma Whitethorpe, achieved the rare feat of being accepted into all of the Ivy League universities in the United States, yet again. 17-year-old Ifoma of New Jersey was accepted to all 8 of America's elite Ivy League universities, including Harvard, Yale, Columbia, UPenn, Brown, Cornell, Dartmouth, and Princeton, according to ABC7. In high school, Ifoma was the student government president. She first made headlines in 2015, when she won accolades for an essay, entitled, "Let Freedom Ring," which she wrote and read for the National Liberty Museum's Selma Speech and Essay Contest to mark the 50th anniversary of the epic Selma March. Ifa, a senior at Rockaway's Morris Hills High School, said she aced her advanced placement courses, but she never expected to be accepted by all 8 universities, which was something almost extraordinary to do. The achievements of these young Nigerians become more incredible when you realize that even American kids are not able to perform such feats. American kids themselves do not have admission into their own schools, the 8 Ivy League schools. A feat which is almost synonymous to Nigerian and symbolic of Nigeria. This is enough proof of Nigeria's ability to become the greatest in the world. When we choose to invest in our tomorrow, in our young people, then there will be no country as great as Nigeria on the surface of the earth. I am an individual who is actively campaigning and advocating that the bulk of our national budget and expenditure should be spent to train our young people. There is no doubt that when this is done, many more of Ifoma's, Victor's, Augustas and Harold's will emerge from Nigeria. Nigeria will have the greatest amount of scholars the world has ever seen. Nigerians will win the Nobel Prize like child's play, there will be many inventions of Nigerian origin, and businesses will spring forth from all corners of the country. Hear their cry. This is a cry to our government. This is a cry of the young people. Can you hear their cry? They are saying to save their future. There is a future in every child. There is a genius in every Nigerian kid, just waiting for the right environment to manifest it. Every Nigerian kid just wants an opportunity. In a later part of this book, I will share my personal story. You will discover that I was just another Nigerian kid whose future could have been buried if I never got the scholarship to travel to Europe at the age of 19. In fact, if I never got the small money to pay for my certificate education at the end of my secondary school, I would probably still have been a farmer in my village today. Do you understand this point? Nigerian young minds are not just stirring the waters of America and the United States, similar feats is being achieved in the United Kingdom too. Nigerians are proving that in any given location and the right environment, they will surely emerge as the best in the leader. Such is the case and example of Anadarari Kalango. In fact, of the 8 best results achieved in the 2016 Cambridge examinations conducted across the world, 3 of those were by Nigerians, namely Adedeji Oluwafise, Ukabiala Chimdi and Kalango Anadarari. Anadarari Kalango, acing Cambridge easily. She received the prestigious award for her exceptional performance in the June 2016 Cambridge examinations. Anadarari won the prize for the best across 8 Cambridge IGCSEs in the Cambridge International Examinations conducted across the 6 continents of the world in June 2016. The international qualifications are recognized by the world's best universities and employers as giving students a wide range of options in their education and career. The awards ceremony, which held at the Intercontinental Hotel Lagos on May 19, 2017, was designed to recognize outstanding Cambridge learners in 2015 and 2016 and the partner schools that have exemplified equality, diversity, inclusion, equity, and child protection policies. Anadarari achieved all stars A in 9 of her IGCSE subjects: English, Mathematics, Biology, Geography, Literature, Business Studies, Economics, History and ICT. She was also the valedictorian 2016, having obtained the highest GPA in her year group. In her Cambridge Checkpoint examination in June 2014, Anadarari got the highest attainable score in all her subjects: English 6.0, Mathematics 6.0 and Science 6.0. Speaking on the award, Anadarari thanked her parents, saying, "My base of support was and still is my family. They prayed for me, motivated me and reassured me that I could be the best. Knowing that I had parents who tailored every decision they made for my good, how could I not strive to make them proud? She also credits her school's boarding house, noting, "They created a system where peers worked together to better each other. And improvements were rewarded at the same time as pushing us to try harder." She said, "I am finishing my first year of A-levels in England. Next year, I hope to be accepted to the University of Cambridge to study economics. I want to thank my parents, my brother and Meadow Hall. I believe my success at IGCSEs was the start of a streak, with many more to come." Annette Rari is another face of the Nigerian future. She boldly represents the kind of potential present in Nigerian kids. See the Nigerian future. At this stage of the book, I wish to emphasize that in another 15 years, all of these bright minds that have been acknowledged in this book will just be in their prime, ready to deliver the greatness in them fully for the benefit of the world. Many of them will just be a little above 30 years. This will be a great opportunity for Nigeria to tap into the enormous power of these great minds. Nigeria must not repeat the mistakes of the last 40 years when she suffered brain drain and lent some of her finest sons and daughters to many countries of the world to develop. Nigeria must now strive to retain the best among her own people for the benefit of the nation. In a few years, among these young people and the numerous other kids like them will be researchers, scientists, literary giants, etc. These are the set of Nigerians that will bring home the laurels, including the Nobel Prize. Nigeria will then sit comfortably in the comedy of achieving Nigerians. We only need to do the right things and take the right steps. With this kind of brilliant minds, we can become that country with the highest number of Nobel Prize winners in the world. There is no doubt that the zeal of young people like Augusta can be tapped into, who wants to work to impact her country. There is no doubt that many young people are like her, each person wanting to create better opportunities for the rest of Nigeria and the rest of the world. Not only are these young people doing incredible things overseas and winning all the laurels, we have many more beautiful Nigerian minds who are blazing the trails in world's universities. Nigerians are leading the world in the sphere of education. Here are a few examples of such men. Nigerians in top world universities. Delia Umuna, leading from Harvard. Delia Umuna is an outstanding Nigerian-born American lawyer and lecturer who is a clinical professor of law at Harvard Law School. A release on the Harvard website about her appointment says she has been a lecturer at Harvard Law School, HLS, since 2007. And is deputy director and clinical instructor at HLS's Criminal Justice Institute, CJI, in which she supervises third-year law students in their representation of adult and juvenile clients in criminal and juvenile proceedings and arguments before Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court and Appeals Court. Before joining Harvard Law School, Umuna was a trial attorney with a D.C. Public Defender Service and an adjunct professor of law and practitioner in residence at the Washington College of Law, American University. She currently serves as a faculty member for Gideon's Promise, and as a frequent presenter at public defender trainings across America. She was a board member of the District of Columbia Law Students in Court Clinic and was a guest lecturer for several years at the George Washington University Law School. She is the author of the article, Rethinking the Neighborhood Watch. Delia at this pinnacle clearly demonstrates the excellence of Nigerian minds. She shows that the mind of the Nigerian is not in any way inferior, rather Nigerians possess what it takes to lead the world. Elesanmi Adesita, uncommon physicist. Elesanmi Adesita, born 1949, Ifon, Ondo State, Nigeria, is a naturalized American physicist of Nigerian descent. He is the Donald Bigger Willett Professor of Engineering, former Dean, College of Engineering, since 2007, a member of the Board of Fluor Corporation. In May 2012, the Board of Trustees of the University of Illinois selected Adesita to be the next Vice-Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Provost of the Urbana campus, a position he has held since August 15, 2012. Adesita's field of academic research has nanotechnology with special emphasis on high-speed devices used in communications. He has held posts as Director of the Center for Nanoscale Science and Technology, Director of the Micro and Nanotechnology Laboratory, Professor of Materials Science and Engineering, Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Professor of the Beckman Institute for Advanced Science and Technology and Research, Professor of the Coordinated Science Laboratory, all at the University of Illinois. Adesina earned his bachelor's 1974, master's 1975, and doctoral 1979 degrees in electrical engineering from the University of California, Berkeley. Adesina is an expert in the processing of semiconductors and other materials at the nanometer scale level and in ultra-high-speed heterostructure field effect transistors, the sort of transistors used in cell phones, fiber optics communications, deep space communications, and other applications. His contributions have provided insights into the limits of advanced lithography and other nanofabrication techniques. He and his students continue to work in the areas of nanoelectronics and high-speed optoelectronic devices and circuits. His recent work has focused on the development of devices and circuits in the key materials such as indium phosphide and gallium nitride utilized in high-performance, wireless, optical fiber communications, and high-temperature applications. He has published over 250 referee journal papers, over 180 conference papers and presentations, and many books. Adesina is a fellow of both the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers IEEE, the American Association for the Advancement of Science AAAS, the American Vacuum Society, and the Optical Society of America. Again, Adesina is a confirmation that Nigerians are some of the cornerstones upon which many developed nations have built their foundations. Can you imagine what will happen if Nigeria chooses to use some of these illustrious sons and daughters as bedrock of her own achievements? What is more interesting that brilliant minds like Adesina exist in no small measure among Nigerians. Let us take a look at another example. Kunle Olukodan, designing for the future. Kunle Olukodan is a Cadence Design Systems professor of electrical engineering and computer science at Stanford University, and he has been on the faculty since 1991. Olukodan is well known for leading the Stanford Hydra research project, which developed one of the first chip multiprocessors. Olukodan founded Espoir Web Systems to develop high-throughput, low-power server systems with chip multiprocessor technology. Espoir was acquired by Sun Microsystems. The Espoir microprocessor technology, called Niagara, is at the center of Sun's throughput computing initiative. Niagara-based systems have become one of Sun's fastest-ramping products ever. Olukodan is actively involved in research in computer architecture, parallel programming environments and scalable parallel systems. Olukodan currently co-leads the Transactional Coherence and Consistency project, whose goal is to make parallel programming accessible to average programmers. Olukodan also directs the Stanford Pervasive Parallelism Lab (PPL), which seeks to proliferate the use of parallelism in all application areas. Olukodan is an SCM Fellow 2006 for contributions to multiprocessors on a chip and multi-threaded processor design. He has authored many papers on CMP design and parallel software and recently completed a book on CMP architecture. Olukodan received his Ph.D. in computer engineering from the University of Michigan. Olukodan is a Nigerian, giving the world a feel of the possibility of Nigeria becoming the greatest country in the world. His efforts are land-breaking and shows that the point of this book is not off the track. Indeed, Nigeria can become the greatest country in the world. Toyinama Yani Filola, keeping steps with history. Toyinama Yani Filola, born the 1st of January 1953 in Ibadan, is a Nigerian historian and professor of African studies. He is currently the Jacob and Francis Sanger Massacre Chair in the Humanities at the University of Texas at Austin. A Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters, he is the author of numerous books, including Key Events in African History, a reference guide, Nationalism in African Intellectuals, and many edited books including Tradition and Change in Africa and African Writers and Readers. He is the co-editor of the Journal of African Economic History, series editor of Rochester Studies in African History and the Diaspora, and the series editor of The Culture and Customs of Africa by Greenwood Press. He has received various awards and honors, including the Jean Holloway Award for Teaching Excellence, the Texas Exes Teaching Award, and the Calden Distinguished Award for Research Excellence. Like Toye and Falola, we have many more Nigerians winning global awards and clinching worldwide fame. Nigerians can truly become the best at whatever they set their minds to. Hence, I am convinced that if we set our minds to make Nigeria the greatest country in the world, we can achieve it. Peter Pieka. Peter Pieka went to the University of Buffalo's African American Studies as professor in 1989. He was chairman of this department from 1993 to 2001. Before going to Buffalo, Dr. Eka taught at the University of California, Riverside 1970–73, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, in northern Nigeria 1973–74, and at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria 1974–1989. He was chairman of the Department of Political Science at the University of Ibadan, 1978–1983, and chairman of the Ibadan University Press, 1983–1988. Peter Eka received his undergraduate education at the University of Ibadan, 1961–64, and his graduate degrees in sociology from Stanford University, 1965–66, and University of California, Berkeley, 9. Dr. Eka's early research interest was in sociological theory, in which he published Social Exchange Theory, The Two Traditions, 1974, and in psychoanalytic theory. He has since developed special interests in African politics and history, in which he has some leading publications. Dr. Eka's article Colonialism and the Two Publics in Africa, A Theoretical Statement, 1975, is one of the most cited publications in the field of African studies. Peter Eka has held several fellowships in Europe, United States, and Japan. He was a fellow of the Woodrow Wilson Center for International Scholars, Washington, D.C., 1988–89. Dr. Eka has received various research and scholarship awards in Nigeria and the United States. Eka is a proud Nigerian who showcases the very essence of excellence of the Nigerian spirit. It is indeed possible for Nigerians to excel everywhere they find themselves. It is not only Dr. Eka who shows this to be true. Isidore Okpu as well. Isidore Okpu. He is a University of New York Distinguished Professor of Africana Studies, English, and Comparative Literature at Binghamton University. Born in Nigeria, Isidore Okpu has a BA in Honours Classics from the University of London, a PhD in Comparative Literature from the University of Denver, and a D.Litt. in the Humanities from the University of London. He has taught at the State University of New York at Buffalo, 1974–76, University of Ibadan, 1976–90, Harvard University, 1990–91, and Binghamton University, since 1991. Okpu's areas of specialization are in African and comparative literatures with a specialist emphasis on comparative oral traditions. His major publications in this field include The Epic in Africa, Tour de Poetics of the Oral Performance, 1979, Myth in Africa, A Study of its Aesthetic and Cultural Relevance, 1983. African Oral Literature, Backgrounds, Character, and Continuity, 1992, and Once Upon a Kingdom, Myth, Hegemony, and Identity, 1998. His edited scholarly volumes reveal an expansion of his academic interests from oral literature, the oral performance in Africa, 1990, to modern African literature. He completed a book on an African epic under the title Blood on the Delta, Art, Culture, and Society in the Ozidi Saga, as well as working on a new book project African Mythology in the New World. He has also published some 40 journal and book articles in these areas. Professor Ape, who is also an active novelist with 4 titles: The Victims, 1970, The Last Duty, winner of the African Arts Prize for Literature, 1976. Tides winner of the Commonwealth Writers' Prize for Africa 1993, and Call Me by My Rightful Name 2004. Another perspective we can look at Nigerians teaching the world is in the area of this many Nigerian academics providing tutorship in top universities around the world. It is surely a beauty to behold, a good thing for Nigeria. While we will work towards creating the educational environment for this academics in Nigerian campuses, it will always be beautiful to see our illustrious sons and daughters shining the sun in universities around the world. Mobolaji Aluko. Mobolaji Aluko, born the 2nd of April 1955, in Lagos, Nigeria, is a professor of chemical engineering at Howard University, Washington, D.C., and was chairman of its department from 1994 to 2002. With a BSc degree, 1976, in chemical engineering from the University of Ife, Nigeria, now Obafemi Awolowo University, he also attended Imperial College, University of London, University of California, Santa Barbara, and State University of New York, Buffalo, for graduate and postdoc studies. He has had sabbatical teaching and research stints at various times at the University of Washington, Seattle, Materials Science Department, the University of Maryland, College Park Chemical Engineering, and the University of Ado-Ekiti, Nigeria, Mechanical Engineering Department. He started teaching at Howard University in August 1984. His research interests are mathematical modeling, chemical reaction engineering, electronic materials processing, energy systems, information technology and education pedagogy. He is presently President, CEO of Londex Applied Technologies, LLC, lead consultant and international coordinator of the LEAD program at the National Universities Commission, NUC, in Nigeria, and principal academic consultant of AfriHub NIG Limited, an ICT resource provider for universities in Nigeria. He is an activist and frequent commentator on Nigerian and African affairs. It is commendable that Mobolaji Aluko is not just an academic in diaspora, he is lending his voice to the Nigerian affairs. I want to encourage many more Nigerians in diaspora to lend their voice to the issues of Nigeria and consider a way of giving back to the society that produced them.
The exposure and the experience that he is professor of petroleum engineering at the University of Alberta, Canada. Dr. Peter HAS served on the faculty since 1980. He has 4 years of industrial experience and specializes in fluid flow in porous media. HES research interests include application of advanced imaging technology for the physical and mathematical modeling of fluids in porous media. Dr. Peter HAS published more than 70 technical articles and HES recent research projects include computer imaging in enhanced oil recovery, numerical modeling of laboratory flow experiments.
Flow experiments. His research interests include application of advanced imaging technologies for the physical and mathematical modeling of fluids in porous media. Dr. Peters has published more than 70 technical articles and reports. His recent research projects include computer imaging and enhanced oil recovery, numerical modeling of laboratory flow experiments, numerical modeling of fluid flow and transport in porous media assisted by X-ray computed tomography and nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. He has won honors such as the Frank W. Yesin Professor in Petroleum Engineering, George H. Fancher Professor in Petroleum Engineering, among others. While petroleum remains a dwindling source of the Nigerian economy, there is no doubt that newer technologies being developed by these illustrious son of Nigeria, Dr. Peters. The gains of Nigeria in oil can be maximized. Ebagumel. Ebagumel is a professor in the Department of Mathematics and the director of the Institute of Industrial Mathematical Sciences (IIMS) of the University of Manitoba. He received his BSc and PhD degrees from Bayero University, Kano, Nigeria, and Brunel University, London, England, respectively. His main research interests are in I. mathematical biology, E. nonlinear dynamical systems, and E. computational mathematics. The main objective of his research work is to use mathematical theories and methodologies to gain insights into the transmission and control dynamics of human diseases of public health interest. He has supervised a number of research students and postdoctoral fellows. Professor Gumel has been the coordinator of the mathematical biology team of the IIMS since its inception in 1999. And represents the University of Manitoba on the board of directors of the Fields Institute for Research in Mathematical Sciences, Toronto. Professor Gumel is an active member of the Canadian Applied and Industrial Mathematics Society, CAIMS. In addition to serving on its various committees earlier, Professor Gumel was elected Secretary of CAIMS from 2007 to 2009. He was re-elected for a second term, 2009 to 2011. Professor Gumel is also a member of the Canadian Mathematics Society, CMS, and serves on the Outreach Committee of the Society for Mathematical Biology, SMB. Owing to its interdisciplinary nature, Professor Gumel's work enjoys fruitful collaborations with mathematical and medical scientists from around the world. Professor Gumel has received series of awards and he is listed among the top African mathematicians of the 1990s on the website of the Mathematicians of the African. This is a big source of pride for Africa and Nigeria in particular. One would expect that Ebagumel would be more celebrated within his own country than outside the shores of the country. This is a challenge to the Nigerian government to immediately begin such sons and daughters that have raised the Nigerian flag so high for the world to see. Apart from the yearly national awards, we need to create special awards for Nigerians in diaspora who are doing so well to bring Nigeria pride in the comedy of nations. Godwin Chukwu. Godwin Chukwu is a professor at University of Alaska, USA. Dr. Chukwu has worked for the firms of Elf Petroleum, Petroleum Associates of Lafayette, IGAP Energy and Natural Resources, in different engineering and professional capacities. He has taught both undergraduate and graduate engineering and related economics courses at the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, and currently the University of Alaska Fairbanks. In addition, he has taught several short courses in fluid hydraulics and hydrodynamics, and drilling optimization, as a consultant. He served as the chairman of the Petroleum Engineering Department at UAF from 1992 to 1995 and 1996 to 2002. Dr. Chukwu has authored and co-authored over 65 research publications in the areas of drilling, hydraulics, gas-to-liquids transportation, petroleum geology and natural resource utilization. He is internationally known for his work in the area of non-Newtonian fluid hydraulics applied to oil well drilling production technology, and hydrodynamics of GTL transportation in pipes. His current research work in gas-to-liquid transportation and operational challenges through the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System is sponsored by the U.S. Department of Energy and supported by Alaska Pipeline Service Company. Dr. Chukwu is a registered professional engineer in both Nigeria and the state of Alaska. He has served in several professional bodies and organizations which include the Society of Petroleum Engineers (SPE) and the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology (ABET). Dr. Chukwu served as the UAF Faculty Senate President-elect May 2001 to May 2002, and subsequently, the Faculty Senate President May 2002 to May 2003. Dr. Chukwu is another Nigerian who has shown capability to turn around the fortunes of Nigeria through engineering feats. Why must these Nigerians be put to use by the rest of the world, yet Nigeria herself hardly see how to maximize the capabilities of her own sons and daughters? I believe that this has to change. Professor Raymond Akuel. Professor Raymond Akul has more than 25 years of teaching, research, and project planning and implementation experience in the fields of telecommunications and information technology, as well as mass communication and media studies at George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, USA. He is the author of Global Telecommunication, The Technology, Administration and Policies Butterworth-Heinemann. This book has been used as texts in several major universities in the USA and worldwide. He is also the author of numerous articles and conference presentation. He was director of Center for Telecommunications Information and Broadcasting, which later became the Center for Media Research and Telecommunications at the Department of Communication, George Mason University. He was one of the founders of the MA Telecommunications programs at the same university. Professor Akul has advised many countries in the area of media and communication and has spearheaded the design and implementation of several nations' ICT networks as well as e-government, e-commerce and e-education programs in Africa. If a Nigerian has written textbooks which is being used in several universities in the United States, then Nigeria can indeed become the greatest country in the world. Professor Chinedu Masuji. He is an associate professor of chemical and environmental engineering at Yale University. According to the Yale University website, Professor Asuji's interests are centered on the physics and physical chemistry of soft matter, studying and elucidating self-assembly and basic structure property relationships of colloids, liquid crystals, polymers and biological materials. Research in the Asuji lab is focused on structure and dynamics of soft materials, i.e. on the relationship between the microstructure of polymer melts, surfactant phases, liquid crystals and colloidal gels and their dynamics. He works on structure property relationships in liquid crystal and block copolymers, directed self-assembly of surfactants and polymers, rheology of colloidal gels and microfluidic platforms for studying multiphase flows. His expertise is in electron microscopy, X-ray scattering and rheology. Highlights of ongoing work include the development of self-assembled polymer nanocomposites for use as active layers in organic solar cells, the design of microfluidic mimics of vascular structures for model studies of red blood cell mechanics, and elucidation of shear thickening and aging behavior in particulate suspensions and gels. These efforts have important implications in energy generation, the design of next-generation microfluidic bioassays and the design and processing of complex fluids such as toner inks and cosmetics. No doubt that Professor Asuji is an inventor par excellence and his works must be celebrated also in Nigeria. With the support of our government, this man can surely achieve more than he has achieved. Chukwu Nwekush Ethelbert. Ethelbert Nwekush Chukwu earned his BSc in mathematics at Brown University, 1965, a MSc in applied mathematics at the University of Nigeria Nsukka and earned his PhD in mathematics from Case Western Reserve University, 1972. Thus began a remarkable career in mathematics research and administration. Dr. Chukwu's first position was at Cleveland State University where he was an assistant professor, 1972, and associate professor in 1976. In 1977 until 1981 he was dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies at the University of Yosha, Nigeria. He also served as professor of mathematics, 1978-81, and chair of the mathematics department, 1979-81. From 1981 until 1984, Dr. Chukwu was vice-chancellor president of. From 1984 until 1989, he held several visiting positions at universities in the U.S. However, in 1989 En Chukwu became professor of mathematics at North Carolina State University where he remains until today. He has worked on several research projects for NASA since his membership in the Faculty of Mathematics at NCSU. Dr. Ethelbert Nwekush Chukwu was awarded the Griot Mathematics Award by the Academy for Pan-African Research and Culture. He has over 75 papers and books on various topics from classical analysis to operator theory and applied mathematics, linear and nonlinear differential equations, and mathematical economics. Dr. Chukwu is an astute mathematician who has contributed a lot to the development of institutions in Nigeria. He can only be applauded and challenged for more contributions to his motherland. He has been able to combine international influence with impact on his motherland. Isn't this what Nigeria requires from every Nigerian? George Ude. Dr. George Ude, a tenured full professor in the Department of Natural Sciences at Bowie State University, is the recipient of the University of Maryland's 2016 Wilson H. Elkins Professorship, which honors recipients for teaching, research and service. Dr. Ude embodies the essence of the vision of Dr. Elkins, for whom this professorship is named, as enshrined in his famous quote, "There is nothing more precious than a gifted mind." Our colleges and universities rise above the commonplace when they make it possible for the truly great thinkers of our time to nurture the creative spirit of our youth. This is the educational process at its finest. Wilson H. Elkins. Dr. Ude is a great thinker whose professional career is devoted to nurturing the creative spirits of our youth. An excellent teacher, Dr. Ude emphasizes the use of discovery-based pedagogy to facilitate student learning and augment faculty capacity to instruct student. To accomplish this, he secured extramural funding from the NSF to establish a state-of-the-art genomics lab to support his course in molecular biology. This enables students to have hands-on experience in the class. He regularly mentors students in his lab to pursue intensive research, some of which result in publication in peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Ude has established collaboration with internationally regarded research entities such as the DNA Learning Center at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, NY, the NIH, and the USDA. These efforts are geared toward diversifying the experiences of students in the STEM disciplines, and provide them opportunities to learn from world-class scientists. His most recent grant received from NSF has enabled him to establish a new applied biotechnology course, and also provide international research opportunities to students. In the latter effort, Dr. Ude travels to Nigeria with several students to conduct DNA barcoding research, in partnership with Cold Spring Harbor and the Godfrey Okoye University at Enugu, Nigeria. The effort has led to the hosting of 2 international workshops on DNA barcoding in Nigeria and the U.S. Over the past several years, Dr. Ude has conducted the very popular Biotech Summer Institute to provide hands-on experience in molecular biology to college students, high school students, and high school teachers from various parts of the country. Testimonials from participants show that the program has enhanced the teaching and learning of biology, and aided some in gaining admission to graduate programs. His annual Biotechnology Symposium offers students the opportunity to make professional presentations to the public. Dr. Ude is the faculty coordinator of the undergraduate research program at Bowie State. In 2015, Dr. Ude led the departmental effort to host the first HBCU course-based undergraduate research experience, CURE, at Bowie State, attended by about 40 professors from more than 20 HBCUs around the country. Another creative effort geared towards facilitating student learning of biology is the BioMusic project he initiated in 2010. The goal of the effort was to interest the youth in science by communicating in accessible format by setting biological concepts and process to rap music. On the research front, Dr. Ude's area of interest is plant genomics. He collaborates with scientists from around the world in conducting research on banana Musa sp to search for alternative model system for polyploidy studies, as well as understanding the developmental components of parthenocarpy in the species using next-generation sequencing techniques. It is significant to note that his work always involves students. Journal publications have emerged from this work, as well as several book chapters published by major publishing houses. Dr. Ude contributes to the service of his profession through various avenues. He is the founder of the International Society of African Biotechnologists and Bioscientists, ISABB, an organization devoted to promoting STEM on the African continent. The organization publishes 4 online journals to disseminate scientific knowledge for the betterment of especially Africa. He is also the editor-in-chief of the African Journal of Biotechnology. He has received several awards, some of which are 2008 Exemplary Mentor Award for distinguished scholarly work in support of science, mathematics, engineering and technology, SMET domain and the Model Institutions for Excellence Initiative MIE. 2009 Bowie State University, BSU, College of Arts and Sciences, CAS Faculty Creative Award for a faculty member who engages in an activity that may not result in a scholarly publication, but represents an outstanding achievement in his or her profession. Biomusic CD Production 3-2011 and 2014 CAS Outstanding Faculty Award, the highest award in the College of Arts and Sciences, which honors a faculty member who has distinguished herself as an all-around professional, excelling in research, teaching, service and scholarly or creative activities. And the 4-2015 Outstanding International Faculty Outreach Award that honors a faculty member who engages in significant international activities or sponsors activities that enrich the international experience of students and advance the international mission of the college. What a Nigerian to be proud of! With this caliber of men and women in top universities around the world who are blazing the trails and are Nigerians, I need anyone to convince me against my idea that Nigeria will indeed become the greatest country in the world. Are you also fascinated by the thought and imagination of having, even if it is 50% of this people working within Nigeria? There is no excuse that Nigeria has not to become the best and the greatest. It must be noted, however, that the caliber of minds we have in our campuses and universities across the nation are not in any way inferior. These learned gentlemen and ladies only need to be supported, given the right materials to work with and enough incentives for their work. There is no gainsaying the fact that the world has moved from a technology-based economy to a knowledge-based economy. Hence the need for Nigeria to arise rapidly to this modern global trend. If our country will truly develop and rise to become the greatest country in the world, we must place priority on our gifted minds and our institutions of learning before they also find exit through the nearest embassy. We must support our scholars, we must give them the opportunities needed that makes them compete favorably with their counterparts from any other part of the world. We can build our economy on just this robust opportunity of having some of the greatest minds in the world with us. Same way Stanford University has been used as the bedrock of the outstanding economy of California in the United States. Another major achievement of Nigerians is in the area of medicine, innovation and invention. Let us see some of the landmarks that Nigeria has created for the world through medicine and invention. Who are these Nigerians? Nigeria's global trailblazers in medicine and inventions. Dr. Ferdinand Ofadile. Dr. Ferdinand Ofadile is a U.S. board-certified plastic surgeon. Dr. Ofadile is a clinical professor of surgery at Columbia University, New York. He has been practicing plastic surgery for more than 20 years. He is a Fellow of the American College of Surgeons (FACS) and a Fellow of the American Association of Plastic Surgeons. He is also board-certified in general surgery. Dr. Ofadile received his Bachelor of Science (BS) and Doctor of Medicine (MD) degrees at Northwestern University, Chicago, Illinois. He did his surgical training at Columbia Presbyterian and Harlem Hospitals, New York. He did a fellowship in plastic surgery at Mayo Clinic. Dr. Ferdinand Ofadile designed a nasal implant for rhinoplasty in blacks and Hispanics, named the Ofadile implant after his name. The implants are designed to produce more natural results that fit the Black and Hispanic features. Dr. Ofadile has published numerous scientific articles in plastic surgery and presented scientific plastic surgery papers in many international conferences. He has received several awards and has been named one of America's top physicians by the Consumers Research Council of America and top African American doctor by the Network Journal. Dr. Ofidile has led volunteer medical missions to several parts of the world, including the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Nigeria and Mozambique. A man such rare stature definitely must have his place in restructuring the health sector of his country, especially when such a sector lay in shambles. The diverse specializations of Dr. Ofidile can definitely be used to re-engineer the framework of healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Dr. Rotimi Badero. Dr. Olorotimi John Badero has made Nigeria proud after his recognition as the only fully trained and board-certified cardio-nephrologist combined kidney and heart specialist in the world today. Dr. Badero is the Executive Director of Cardiac, Renal and Vascular Associates, the Medical Director of St. Joseph Hospice. And he is on the Global Advisory Board of the Therapeutics Experts on Thrombosis and Atherosclerosis, Merck Pharmaceuticals USA. Badero, who resides in the United States, was born the seventh of 9 children to Chief Oluybolufemi Olujoy Badero and Stella Taiwo Badero, and raised in Lagos in Ogun States, Nigeria. Badero attended St. Mary's Private School, Lagos for his primary school education. He received his secondary school education at Federal Government College Odagbolu, Ogun State. He was admitted to the medical school at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State. Following medical school, he completed his internship year at Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospitals Complex at Ile-Ife. He worked at General Hospital Isolo in Lagos to fulfill his 1-year service requirement with the National Youth Service Corps. After this, he relocated to the United States where he completed 3 years of internal medicine residency training at SUNY Downstate Medical Center. Badero was accepted at the Emory University School of Medicine in Atlanta where he completed a 2-year fellowship training in nephrology and hypertension. Badero returned to SUNY Downstate to complete a 3-year fellowship training in cardiovascular medicine. Following this, he attended the Yale School of Medicine where he completed a fellowship in invasive and interventional cardiology and another in peripheral vascular intervention. Badero then returned to SUNY Downstate for a year of fellowship training in interventional nephrology and dialysis access intervention. In all, Dr. Badero completed an unprecedented 10 years of continuous postgraduate medical training, and he is currently board certified and a consultant in 1. Internal medicine, 2. Nephrology and hypertension, 3. Interventional nephrology and endovascular access, 4. Cardiovascular medicine, 5. Nuclear cardiology, 6. Invasive and interventional cardiology. He performed the first transradial cardiac catheterization and coronary angioplasty at Central Mississippi Medical Center. Dr. Badero is a recipient of many awards including 1. The Association of Black Cardiologists Scholarship Award for the Best Cardiology Fellow in the U.S. 2. The 2014 Mississippi Healthcare Heroes in the State of Mississippi. 3. He was also named one of Jackson, Mississippi's best surgeons. Dr. Badero has authored many peer-reviewed journals and he is currently on the editorial board of the International Journal of Nephrology and Renovascular Disease. Like I have already established so far in this book, breaking new grounds is almost synonymous with being a Nigerian. There is no doubt that with thousands of young people still in Nigeria with same mental prowess as Dr. Badero, Nigerians will still accomplish many more world-class achievements. Chidi Achebe. He is currently an assistant professor at Tufts University School of Medicine. Dr. Chidi Achebe completed undergraduate studies in natural sciences, history and philosophy at Bard College, received an MPH from the Harvard School of Public Health, his medical degree at Dartmouth Medical School and an MBA degree at Yale University's School of Management. He also completed his residency in both internal medicine and pediatrics at the Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. He has held the position of medical director at Whittier Street Health Center, assistant professor at Tufts University School of Medicine, and is currently the president and CEO of the Harvard Street Health Center. After several years of work at various Boston health centers, Dr. Achebe now sees the struggle against inequalities in health and healthcare for all vulnerable, underserved Americans as the next stage of the civil rights movement, and has dedicated his life's work to helping to solve the problem of healthcare inequity in America's healthcare system. Dr. Achebe speaks at youth summits, conventions, conferences, schools, barber shops, focal gathering areas where he can reach underserved patients, reminding the community of the value of health preventive care and the quality of service readily available at Harvard Street, while expanding his unique implementation of medicine without borders. Achebe works as a passionate advocate for the global community through his writings that call attention to worldwide health concerns such as the HIV/AIDS pandemic and prostate cancer. His efforts have earned him a featured TV appearance on Basic Black Profile in the Boston Globe and AOL Black Voices, an interview on WUMB-FM's Commonwealth Journal, and feature-length articles in several international periodicals, journals, and newspapers. I have told you about all these people for you to realize that amazing talents is in no short supply in Nigeria. Nigeria has a ready tool to work and transform herself. For all these Nigerians to excel in a very competitive society and environment like America, it goes a long way to point out the potential of our people. Other Nigerian inventors and innovators. Jelani Aliyu. Jelani Aliyu hails from Sokoto State, Nigeria, and is General Motors' exterior designer and the designer of the Chevy Volt. General Motors is the world's largest automobile maker. The car has been described as an American revolution and one of the hottest concepts in the design line. Jelani was born in 1966 in Kaduna, Nigeria. The fifth of 7 children, theirs was a very close-knit family. From 1971 to 1978, he attended Capital School, Sokoto, an excellent school, and this served as a very productive educational experience for him. In 1978, he gained admission into Federal Government College, Sokoto, from where he graduated in 1983 with an award as the best in technical drawing. After FGC, he got admission into the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, to study architecture, but soon discovered that curriculum did not support his future vision and plans. After considering other institutions in Nigeria and their academic programs, he concluded that only one of them had the study criteria that would support his future goals. The institution in which he chose to pursue his education was one he felt offered the best creative programs and had experience that would give him the best foundation required to study automobile design abroad. That institution was the Birnin-Kebbi Polytechnic. He was there from 1986 to 1988 and earned an associate degree in architecture, with an award as best all-round student. While there, he did some in-depth research into home design and construction, looking into materials and structures that would be most compatible with our environment and climate. Buildings that would stay cool in a hot environment with little or no artificial electrical air conditioning. Upon graduation from the Polytechnic, Jelani worked for a while at the Ministry of Works, Sokoto. In 1990, Aliyu moved to Detroit, Michigan to enroll at the College for Creative Studies in Detroit under a Sokoto Scholarship Board sponsorship. Having always wanted to study automobile design, this was a dream come true and an absolutely fascinating experience. The course was very practical and emphasis was put on creativity and the development of new designs to provide solutions. He received his degree in automobile design in 1994. In 1994, he began his career with the design staff of General Motors. He worked on the Buick Rendezvous and was the lead exterior designer of the Pontiac G6. He also worked on the Astra with General Motors' Opel division. With his brilliant work on the design of the Chevrolet Volt, which was unveiled in 2007, Jelani Aliyu is considered by many to be the superstar of the General Motors Renaissance. The efforts of the Nigerian government to bring Jelani Aliyu back into the country to head the National Automotive Design and Development Council (NADDC) must be loudly applauded. The National Automotive Design and Development Council (NADDC) was set up in May 2014 after a merger of previous agencies. Much of NADDC's work has been guided by an automotive policy approved in 2013. The policy mainly aims to boost local car production and reduce vehicle imports. If Jelani Aliyu's efforts at this agency succeeds, then Nigeria would have gone a long way in diversifying her economy. This efforts of our government must not stop with Jelani Aliyu. Every Nigerian in diaspora of note, especially those that I have mentioned in this book, must be given same handshake. Brigadier General Dr. Otuovi Mowovaj, RTD. Dr. Otuovi Mowovaj, born in December 1954 in Delta State, Nigeria, is a highly accredited Nigerian medical doctor who invented the emergency auto transfusion system, DSA, an affordable, simpler and effective blood auto-transfusion system. He pioneered this invention at the military hospital Ikoyi, Lagos when he was working at the Benin Teaching Hospital and the University Hospital in Lagos. Auto-transfusion medical mechanism is a technique that has already been in use in developed countries. However, it has little to no existence in developing nations, due to the fact that it is expensive, complicated to use and requires electricity to work. Something that most parts of the African countries are still lacking. Dr. Ovimo's invention of the DSA is a simpler, inexpensive and more effective compared to the conventional auto-transfusion technique being used in the industrialized nations. The DSA system recovers blood from the patient's internal bleeding organs. This device has the ability of using the patient's own blood and in a safe manner reinfuses it into the patient's blood system. This is if the processing is done within 24 hours after hemorrhage. The patient's blood is drawn into a special collection container and later reinfused into the patient by gravity after it has undergone a filtration process. The DSA system takes about 2 minutes to process about 500 milliliters of blood. The DSA system presented the solution to the problem of blood salvaging from the body cavities and replaced the gauze filtration technique that is being practiced in developed nations. By providing an improved alternative, Dr. Ovimo's system is completely closed and is manufactured by reusable collection devices that have disposal filters, hence there is no risk of infection. It has a suction and retransfusion lines that are connected to the DSA system. It is also fitted with a handheld vacuum pump that is used for sucking blood from the patient's body cavities. This is the key advantage of the DSA, it functions without electricity, making it the most ideal auto-transfusion system for most parts in Africa that still don't have electricity supply or the electricity is expensive to utilize. In addition to this, it prevents diseases transmissions and avoiding immunological complication associated with homologous transfusion. Another key advantage of the DSA system is that it gives room for greater flexibility in terms of its use and blood supply to blood banks, especially in African nations where blood resources extremely scarce due to lack of an organized voluntary blood donation programs. Although Dr. Ovimo started the prototype project with a budget of $120, his invention became quite practical in Africa and addressed the unique challenges facing Africa, thereby attracting much attention and recognitions. This led to Dr. Ovimo being declared the best African scientist in 1995, and hence he established the DSA Industries. He has since received financial support from United Nations Development Programme (UNDP), Nigeria's government and World Health Organization (WHO), which is the acting executing agency and provides assistance as far as coordination of the project is concerned. The DSA has earned Dr. Ovimo various highly accredited awards from World Intellectual Property Organization (WIPO) and the African Union (O), among other renowned organizations. Inventions and scientific breakthroughs therefore is not foreign to Nigeria as some may think it is. When many more Nigerians are encouraged into scientific research, Nigeria will rain many more products on the world. Dr. Ovimo is a pace setter and he must be challenged to reach out to the next generation of scientists and innovators within Nigeria. Bennett Omalu. Bennett Ifekandu Omalu was born in Nokwa. What city is this from? Nigeria, in September 1968 during the Nigerian Civil War. The conflict had forced his family to vacate its gated compound in the village of Inagwu, but they were eventually able to return there to resume a comfortable lifestyle. The sixth of 7 children of a civil engineer and a seamstress, Omalu was a shy but gifted student with a fertile imagination. He was admitted to the federal government college in Enugu at age 12 and dreamed of being an airline pilot. However, age 15, he began medical school at the University of Nigeria. After earning his degree in 1990, Omalu interned at Yosh University Hospital, before being accepted to a visiting scholar program at the University of Washington in 1994. He then served his residency at Harlem Hospital Center, where he developed his interest in pathology. In 1999, Omalu moved to Pittsburgh to train under noted pathologist Cyril Wecht at the Allegheny County Coroner's Office. He continued his education at the University of Pittsburgh, completing a fellowship in neuropathology in 2002 and a master's in public health and epidemiology in 2004. While working at the coroner's office in September 2002, Omalu examined the body of Mike Webster, a former professional football player with the NFL's Pittsburgh Steelers. Webster had displayed patterns of distressing behavior before his death from a heart attack at age 50, and Omalu was curious as to what clues the former player's brain would reveal. After careful examination of the brain, Omalu discovered clumps of tau proteins, which impair brain function upon accumulation. After confirming his findings with top faculty members at the University of Pittsburgh, Omalu named the condition chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, and submitted a paper titled Chronic Traumatic Encephalopathy in a National Football League Player to the Medical Journal of Neurosurgery. His discovery shook the world, especially the NFL. Omalu is known as a hero of the American medical profession. His efforts has been put into the Hollywood movie starred by Will Smith called Concussion. Along with his position as Chief Medical Examiner for San Joaquin County, he serves as president of Bennett Omalu Pathology, as well as Associate Clinical Professor of Pathology at UC Davis Medical Center. Again, Dr. Omalu has shown the world that it is possible to be a Nigerian and move the world with discoveries and inventions. His particular stand for the truth despite being pressured by the NFL to withdraw his publication indicting the league is commendable. He has proven Nigerians are honest and hard-working people. Mohammed Bawaba, born in 1964 into a family of pot makers and raised in the rural north, Mohammed Bawaba was familiar from an early age with the various practical and symbolic uses of traditional clay pots, and learned as a child the rudiments of pottery. Subsequently studying biology, chemistry and geology at school, he unraveled the technical puzzle that led him years later to develop the pot-in-pod preservation cooling system. He was selected as a Rolex laureate in 2000 for this ingenious technique that requires no external energy supply to preserve fruit, vegetables and other perishables in hot, arid climates. The pot-in-pod cooling system, a kind of desert refrigerator, helps subsistence farmers by reducing food spoilage and waste and thus increasing their income and limiting the health hazards of decaying foods. Abba says he developed the pot-in-pod to help the rural poor in a cost-effective, participatory and sustainable way. The pot-in-pod consists of 2 earthenware pots of different diameters, one placed inside the other. The space between the 2 pots is filled with wet sand that is kept constantly moist, thereby keeping both pots damp. Fruit, vegetables and other items such as soft drinks are put in the smaller inner pot, which is covered with a damp cloth. The phenomenon that occurs is based on a simple principle of physics. The water contained in the sand between the 2 pots evaporates towards the outer surface of the larger pot where the drier outside air is circulating. By virtue of the laws of thermodynamics, the evaporation process automatically causes a drop in temperature of several degrees, cooling the inner container. destroying harmful microorganisms and preserving the perishable foods inside. Abba was a rare young man who proved the tenets of innovation to be true. You can use the resources available in your environment to solve global problems. This is a challenge especially to the young minds of Nigeria. You do not need an Harvard education before solving problems in your community. You can locate a problem and begin to use the resources in your environment to creatively solve the problem. Stephen Udetong. Stephen Udetong, an African-American teenager of Nigerian ancestry, is set to become the first black high school student to build a nuclear fusion reactor. Scientists say nuclear fusion holds the promise of providing a waste-free, emission-free, and inexhaustible alternative power source to meet global energy demands. Udetong, 16, a junior at Cinnamon High in southern New Jersey, is hopeful that when complete, his energy fuser will be able to drive hydrogen atoms together with terrific force inside a steel orb, fusing them into helium and producing a small amount of energy. Udetong's nuclear fusion reactor will be a small-scale version of the reaction that takes place in the Sun, according to Philly.com. Unlike the more widespread process of producing energy through nuclear fission, which works by splitting atoms in a nuclear power plant and yields dangerous waste as a byproduct, nuclear fusion is a comparatively eco-friendly and incredibly cost-effective process of producing energy. Udetong is by no means the first person to build a fusion reactor. The earliest working model was built in the 1950s by the inventor Philo Farnsworth, but the mini-reactor, which he is assembling in the basement of his New Jersey home, will make him the first black student to build one. Udetong says that he was inspired to build a reactor in the 10th grade, after his class took lessons on nuclear energy production. I grew curious after we flew by the topic of nuclear energy in my chemistry class last year. I decided to do more research, and I soon learned that I could actually make a nuclear fuser. Udetong says he undertook further research and learned more about nuclear fusion from Fuser.net, which allowed him to meet and interact with other fusion enthusiasts. In addition to his mother, Nanya Udetong, a physics instructor at Rowan University who encouraged his interest and actively supported him, Udetong has also enjoyed the support of his 4 brainy brothers, one of whom assisted him to set up a GoFundMe page to raise more than the $1,000 he needed to build the fusion reactor and help Udetong achieve his dream of becoming the first African-American student to complete such a project. And Udetong and his brothers were more than successful with their GoFundMe page, where they raised $2,375, effectively exceeding their goal. According to Udetong, although well-meaning people often voice their concern about the possible dangers of working with a nuclear reactor, there is only a minimal risk from electromagnetic radiation involved, most of which can be managed by wearing the appropriate safety outfits. With Udetong, Nigeria has a bright future in invention and innovation. Imagine what this young man can achieve if he is given the support and recognition that he needs. I have decided to include his name to show the world that Nigeria is coming, and we can indeed become the greatest country in the world. How Nigeria can have the world's best products. The Jews have made an extensive impact in the world. Though a small group of people accounting for only about 0.2% of the world, their touch on life is indelible. I will share details of those impacts later. Soon, I will show you examples of Jews and the impacts that this very small group of people have made in the world. There is a Jewish component in most things we use on a daily basis, from the personal computers, cell phones, drugs, social networks, medical devices, food, etc. In fact, there is probably no home in the world not having something Jewish within it. Facebook, Goldman Sachs, Oracle, Starbucks Coffee, Toys, Warner Brothers, Hasbro, Craigslist, eBay, Levi's Jeans, or Jewish. Dell, Microsoft, Google, Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, Gap, DreamWorks, Bloomberg, Citigroup, are all Jewish too. All of these products mean the Jews can decide to shut down the world as we have it today. All of this is from a people whose population is not even up to half of Lagos State, Nigeria. Their people are not smarter than ours, their brains are not better than ours. What's more, we have the Nigerian spirit going for us. We have Nigerians who have attended same schools with students of Jewish origin and are better academically. I personally pastor a church that is having a large percentage of Jews. As special and extraordinary as they are, I know that Nigerians are not worse. In my university days with over 16,000 students, we had thousands of Jews, yet by the grace of God I was able to outperform all of them as Nigerian and as a black person. There is nothing special, it only takes hard work, and I am sure Nigerians can work hard. Nigerians can turn things around and contribute to the world to make it a better place. We can indeed be the greatest nation on earth, hence my passion for writing this book. I know at this stage of this book you believe me too. What we need to do is what I have stated already. Let me put things in more practical terms for you. Do you see that small street kid just by your house? Do you know you can change our entire nation, your city, and the life of that child if you send him to school and expose him to opportunities? Do you know that if you will be inspired by what you have read in this book and you will choose to provide evidence at the legislature of our country or state, you can influence how money is allocated to building human capacity? Do you know that you can see to the effective implementation of allocation for schools and education? Do you know that you can volunteer to teach a kid, some kids, or a group of kids at a school? Do you know that you can personally mentor a child today? Whatever it is that you have to do in order to bring out the best in somebody else, do it. Whatever it is that you have to do in order to bring about the transformation of our country by developing the potential within yourself and others, then do it. Do you know you can raise national champions and heroes? Many exceptional people and people who have rewritten the history of the world were raised in foster care. They were raised by people who chose to believe in the potential they carried. They were modeled by people who chose to believe that every child is a star and must not be allowed to waste. The Nigerian who makes drones for the United States Army. In the introductory part of this book, I shared briefly the story of Dr. Osatuhamwan Osemwanji. This is a genius of a Nigerian with no mean feats. Dr. Osatuhamwan Osemwanji, who comes from Benin, Benin State, joins the list of Nigerians making a difference around the world. Here's what you should know about Dr. Osatu Osemwanji. 1. He is a successful academic. Dr. Osemwanji has 4 graduate degrees, a doctorate degree in curriculum and instruction from the University of Cincinnati. He is currently working on his 5th and 6th master's degree in software engineering at Regis University and Information Systems at the Keller Graduate School of Management. 2. He is the founder of a US-based university. Dr. Osatu Osemwanji is the founder of the Open Robotics University, a tuition-free engineering degree-granting university that allows people to further exercise their talents and expand their knowledge into all fields related to engineering. 3. His skill sets him apart from other educational administrators. Dr. Osemwanji was selected in 2008 to present at the World Robotics Championships, having expertly coached robotics and served as software engineering mentor to robotics teams. 4. He has been recognized both at home and abroad. Prior to his trip to the United States in 1982, Dr. Osemwanji served as an administrator of the College of Education, Benin City, and was recognized as their Educator of the Year for securing funding used to design and implement pre-service teacher education programs. He served as the administrator of the Columbus City school system from 1992 to 2011, where he coordinated staff and student recruitment. He also developed programs to increase staff and student retention. He also taught for 5 years, 1987 to 1992, in the aforementioned school district. Dr. Osemwanji was a facilitator for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation-sponsored Ohio Leadership for Integrating Technology Initiative (OLIT). It is true that the science is fast becoming an integral component in the battle of influences all over the world. Even Nigeria is adopting the drone war approach against terrorists currently. This definitely means the country needs great minds like Dr. Osatu Osemwanji to help build and develop new technology. There is no doubt that there is no small-statured Nigerian. Given the right chance and opportunities, Nigerians will not only control the world but also make Nigeria the greatest country in the world. For this to happen, however, every Nigerian, you and I, must see this vision. We must key into this dream and with determination ensure that it becomes a reality within our lifetime. What everyone needs. Like I said earlier, everyone is only begging for an opportunity. Everyone is only looking for a chance to prove himself. Same way I got a chance to prove myself, everyone is only looking for same opportunity like I got. I plead with you to provide an opportunity for someone today. What can you do? What can you give to help a child find his voice or opportunity in life? What can you do to take a child off the street? I will provide more strategies in subsequent chapters. 1. Nothing, absolutely nothing is wrong with Nigeria. What Nigeria is going through currently is a phase in her national life. 2. With exceptional young men like Harold Eka, I can boast that Nigeria can again become one of the greatest countries in the world. 3. Nigerians, when given the right soil and nutrition and environment, will grow to become the largest cedar in the forest. 4. I dream of that day when Nigeria will have an educational environment like the United States currently has. Then we will unleash on the world millions of champions. 5. If we all can focus our energy on just creating a better environment for our young people alone, Nigeria will become the greatest country in the world. 6. American kids themselves do not have admission into their own schools, the 8 Ivy League schools. A feat which is almost synonymous to Nigerian and symbolic of there is a future in every child. There is a genius in every Nigerian kid just waiting for the right environment to manifest it. Every Nigerian kid just wants an opportunity. 7. Nigeria can become that country with the highest number of Nobel Prize winners in the world. Chapter 3. Making Nigeria the greatest country in the world. At this stage of the book, if you are a Nigerian reading this, I know you must be overly excited because you belong to a very rare race on earth. In fact, you are simply privileged to be a Nigerian. You belong to a set of people that are very peculiar, and your nation has the potential to become one of the strongest nations on earth. Now gradually you are bringing your mind to that point where you know that it is not impossible for Nigeria to overtake America and all the great nations of the world at the moment. America is indeed a great nation at the moment, no doubt about it. But greater than America is a budding nation called Nigeria. Is my statement that of mere sentiments? Well, let us consider this fact. The greatness of America, the greatness of Nigeria. America today is a melting pot where all nations and tribes under the sun collate. Hardly can you find a better platform to access practically every nation on earth. But do you also know this surprising fact about America? Friends, listen to this. Nigerian immigrants have the highest level of education in Houston and in the United States of America in general, surpassing whites and Asians. According to a census data bolstered by an analysis of 13 annual Houston area surveys, the Houston Chronicle reports. According to a 2006 American Community Survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau, 17% of all Nigerians in the U.S. hold a master's degree. 4% hold a doctorate and 37% have a bachelor's degree. In comparison, 8% of the white population in the U.S. hold a master's degree, 1% hold a doctorate and 19% have a bachelor's degree. Could this also be proof of my earlier statement that America is the setting sun and Nigeria is the rising sun? Nigerian Americans have long been known for their community's intense cultural emphasis on education, and then there is the analysis of census data coupled with several local surveys which shows that Nigerians don't just value education, but surpass all other U.S. ethnic groups when it comes to obtaining degrees. Being black, you are already at a disadvantage. Oluyenka Olutoy, an associate professor of pediatric surgery at Baylor College of Medicine, told the Houston Chronicle. You really need to excel far above if you want to be considered for anything in this country. David Owokere, originally from Nigeria and the chairman of Texas Southern University's Department of Engineering Technologies, told a news agency that holding a master's degree just wasn't good enough for his people back home. So he got a doctorate. His wife, Shalewa Owokere, is a civil engineer and holds a master's degree. However, Stephen Kleinberg, a sociologist at Rice University who conducts the annual Houston area survey, suspects the percentage of Nigerian immigrants with postgraduate degrees is higher than the census data shows. According to the latest census data, there are more than 12,000 Nigerians in Houston. This is a figure sociologists and Nigerian community leaders say is a gross undercount, as they believe the number is closer to 100,000. Out of all the Nigerian immigrants Kleinberg reached in his random phone surveys in 1994 through 2007, a total of 45 households, 40% of them told him they had postgraduate degrees. The reasons Nigerians have more postgraduate degrees than any other racial or ethnic group is largely due to the Nigerian society's emphasis on mandatory and free education, another news agency reports. After immigrating to the U.S., practical matters of immigration's laws get in the way. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 made it easier for Africans to enter the U.S., but mostly as students or highly skilled professionals, not through family sponsorships, Kleinberg said. What does this imply? If Nigerians can be the best on foreign soil, if Nigeria can make these bold statements in foreign America, then there is nothing stopping her from becoming the greatest country in the world. Let's face it, the education facilities in Nigerian schools, from primary school to university level, are inferior to that of the U.S. Also, the level of preparations in Nigerian universities is relatively low. Students are trained to know what is in the book. The practical area is weak, but in spite of all that, when a Nigerian leaves our substandard schools to a very competitive school environment like America, they still beat the rest of the world to it. For all these Nigerians to excel in a very competitive society and environment like America, it goes a long way to point out the potential of our people. This is same potential that rests within every Nigerian being in Nigeria. This means with a little improvement of our educational system, soon enough Nigerians can be the most educated nation in the world. It is true that the reality on ground is challenging. More than 50% of our people are not educated. This is a crisis we've got on our hands. But also, when we consider the potential of our people and the things we can achieve, then we will know that we need urgent reforms in the educational sector. Nigerians are scaling a wall. The challenges of modern education is making education personal for each person and increasing everyone's access to knowledge. This is a key area where Nigeria must lead the world and teach the world. We must show the world that education can be personal and every citizen can be educated. When we work actively with this program, Nigeria will become the most educated country in the world within the space of about 10 years. There is no doubt about it that Nigeria is the rising sun and America is the setting sun. Even an American, Professor Amy Chua readily agrees that America is on a fast decline. Professor Amy Chua is of the Yale Law School. She and her husband Jed Rubinfeld, a fellow Yale law professor, have written what may turn out to be one of the most honest books of recent times. It is titled The Triple Package because it argues that 3 qualities are found in spectacularly successful groups in America. These 3 qualities, they say, are superiority complex, insecurity and impulse control. In the book, they shot down many of the popular beliefs about upward mobility in America and about the kinds of people who succeed. At a time when so many in academia and the media are proclaiming that the poor are no longer able to rise in America, Amy Chua and Jed Rubinfeld point out that a major research project on which that conclusion has been based left out immigrants, including Nigerians. In their own words, although rarely mentioned in media reports, the studies said to show the demise of upward mobility in America largely exclude immigrants and their children. Indeed, The Pew Foundation study, most often cited as proof of the death of upward mobility in the United States, expressly cautions that its findings do not apply to immigrant families, for whom the American dream is alive and well. Nigerians are thriving even more than Americans in America. Some immigrant groups have risen spectacularly, even when they arrived here with very little money and sometimes with little knowledge of English. Almost 25% of Nigerian households make over $100,000 a year in America, the authors point out, compared to just 11% of Black American households. Despite many who argue that Black Americans cannot rise because of racist barriers, Black immigrants rise. A majority of the Black students at Harvard are from Africa or the Caribbean, and Nigerians are already markedly overrepresented at Wall Street investment banks and blue-chip law firms. The two professors claimed in their book. Amy Chua and Jed Rubinfeld wrote about America. But similar patterns can be found in England, where the white underclass seems to be stuck at the bottom, while low-income non-white immigrant children outperform them in the schools. Just as Asian immigrant children outperform white underclass children in America. This is the power of Nigerians. This is the force of Nigeria. Confidently, I am making the claim that Nigeria will one day lead the world and become the greatest country in the world. If the immigrants in America will lead Americans in their own country, how much more will they achieve if they were in their own homeland? When Nigerians have conducive conditions like they do in the U.S., then we will not just have thousands of Nigerians teaching Americans. We will have millions of intelligent and exceptional Nigerians beaming their lights for the world to see. Nigeria is indeed an exceptional country, one of the rarest countries on earth. Exceptional feats by Nigerians. 3 Nigerians from same family made history in American university. They are biological siblings from same parents in Nigeria. They are Nigerians from Odin local government area of Ekiti State. By dint of hard work, they proved to the world that Ekiti State is indeed the fountain of knowledge in Nigeria. Unassuming Seni Ajibade, Tola Ajibade and Femi Ajibade were full of smiles as their various midnight oil, sleepless nights and sacrifice to become the best in America paid off. As their academic excellence and their GP were best in the entire set of graduating students. The Ajibades were given a standing ovation for their academic brilliance, godly virtues, calm demeanor and exceptional attitude by the lecturers and students as well. All the way in Mercer University, Georgia, United States, the Ajibades have become heroes to African Americans, Americans and Latino community. They have become inspiration to other students in Mercer University, and other neighboring varsities. Seni, Tola and Femi have carried the torch of excellence to become one of the latest graduates of medicine at Mercer University, Georgia, USA. For the records, Seni and Femi are twins, and Tola is their younger sister. The 3 of them distinguished themselves as outstanding students over the years, starting from their days as secondary school students in Nigeria, when 50% of graduating PhD class are Nigerians. It is noteworthy that the Ajibades graduated the same week in May 2016 during commencement of Howard University's 148th commencement convocation in Washington, D.C. 43 out of 96 graduating Doctor of Pharmacy candidates were also Nigerian indigenes, with Nigerians taking more than half of the awards at the ceremony. When in an American university and for a degree as tasking as pharmacy, in a program highly valued as the PhD, Nigerians form more than 50% of the graduating class. What else will be needed to convince the world that this country called Nigeria will not just one day become the greatest country in the world? It probably is one of the greatest countries in the world right now. Now, dear reader, let us paint a picture for ourselves to behold. Imagine a country where we have all of these esteemed minds and educated folks living within a single geographical space, all using their knowledge to build their fatherland. What would it mean for the fortunes of the country? Such days are upon us. The glory days are here. Soon, all of these Nigerian minds will be working to develop Nigeria. Nigeria will become the greatest entity in the world. There will be no place like Nigeria. All the citizens of the rest of the world will be jostling over themselves to get the Nigerian visa and passport. That is what is about to happen to Nigeria. I challenge the government to prevent the brain drain, where the best among us is working for the rest of the countries but for our own selves. We must find a way to attract all of these brains back to Nigeria. We must create whatever will be needed to have these men and women working within us and for us. Having a PhD also means that you have contributed meaningfully to a field of knowledge through research. The research programs of all of these Nigerians must be funded to create opportunities for the country. There is no doubt that many of the projects that has been created by these people will go on to become global products that will place Nigeria and her products far ahead of those of other nations. There must be a scheme that readily addresses these urgent needs. For lack of better opportunities, many of our scholars have fled Nigeria to other places in the world in search of nurture for their ideas. We must nurture the ideas of our own people and not allow government of other countries to nurture them for us at our own loss. There is no doubt that if we have these men and women within Nigeria, Nigeria will become the pride of the world within a decade. Nigeria is not just the greatest in the world when it comes to brains and scholarly prowess, there are a lot more things that set Nigeria apart too. For example, do you know that Nigeria is home to the fourth highest number of languages spoken in the world? Nigeria's distinction in the world. Languages. Nigeria, with 521 languages, has the fourth most languages in the world. This includes 510 living languages, 2 second languages without native speakers and 9 extinct languages. Nigeria is home to 7% of the total languages spoken on Earth. Taraba State alone has more languages than 30 African countries. The importance of this fact is appreciated when one understands that language is the soul of culture, as Ngugi wa Thiong'o famously said. It is language that births the proverbs, riddles, stories and other aspects of culture that give us identity. UNESCO puts forward that the world's languages represents an extraordinary wealth of creativity. Linguistic diversity correlates with cultural diversity. This means Nigeria can look inwards and drive itself to become the greatest hub for cultural tourism on Earth, and consequently empower its citizens tremendously in the process. With the enormous potential of our cultural tourism, there is no reason why Nigeria should be dependent on the revenue from oil. Exploring the opportunities that exist in our language, we can build ultra-modern language centers, and Nigeria can become the holy land of language for the world. Nigeria can open up more language degrees and programs in our universities and advertise them for the world. This will see a lot of foreigners trooping to our campuses, itching to learn everything as it regards to the language and culture of our people. In fact, we can build language universities that can explore every opportunities that our linguistic diversity presents. Our language degree programs are an important asset. If we find the courage to adapt the way we deliver them to the multilingual reality of our local community and the global world, then we will be in the best position to counteract divisive attitudes in our society, and to lead on delivering the experience, values, and skills that are desperately needed to ensure equality, community cohesion, and competitiveness. Our young people can create technologies and apps that presents and teaches our many languages to the world. This will create enormous job opportunities and income for many people. This rare opportunity of linguistic diversity is not even available in America, despite having a population almost more than twice that of Nigeria. According to the United States Census Bureau, the most comprehensive data ever released on languages in the U.S., at least 350 languages are spoken in American homes. Compare that to 521 languages spoken in Nigeria despite having smaller population size and little amount of immigrants. By the time immigrants begin to flood Nigeria looking for opportunities, I predict that well over 1,000 languages may be spoken in Nigeria. Nigeria is not just home to diverse languages. In fact, Nigeria is home to everything diversity. Tribes, For example, recent statistics has shown that there is over 500 different tribes in Nigeria, while most people are very much aware of the three major tribes in Nigeria: Hausa, Igbo and Yoruba. There are myriad of others that are yet in obscurity. Hausa Fulani is the biggest tribe in Nigeria. They are the major inhabitants of about 10 states in Nigeria, which includes Bauchi, Borno, Niger, Taraba, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, with traces in several other parts of the country. The myth or origin of the Hausas began with the story of a man, Bayajida, who ran away from the east to escape his father's fury and stumbled on some people that happened to be the today Hausa. The people, the Hausas, were guarded, according to the myth, by a sacred snake that prevented them from getting water from their stream 6 days in a week. The man who later became their founder met a blacksmith who fashioned a knife with which he killed the snake and freed the people. In appreciation, they gave him the princess of the land, and they gave birth to the 7 sons that made up the 7 initial Hausa clans. The Yorubas are the second amongst other Nigerian tribes. The Yoruba spiritual heritage signifies that the Yoruba tribe are a unique people who had their origin at Ife. Yoruba people remain one of the most traveled and advanced people from western part of Africa. The Igbos are the third largest tribe in Nigeria. They are the Nigerian industrialists. The Igbo myth of origin traces their origin from NRI. Apart from the Hausa, Igbo and Yorubas, Nigeria is home to more than 500 different tribes, again, one of the largest of such seen anywhere in the world. Apart from the above-mentioned 3 major tribes in Nigeria, there are about 500 plus other tribes like the Amo, Anaguda, Andone, Anges Dupe, Ibibio, Idoma, Ikweer, Kalabari, Abu, Ija and several others. With such people of different backgrounds dwelling together, there is no doubt that existing in unity and as a nation has been very challenging, especially as reflected in the very destructive civil war the nation went through. But then, a good student of the Nigerian history knows that the civil war was a major deviation from the unity, tolerance and acceptance that Nigeria stood for. So many facts before and after independence before the Civil War stands to this fact and attests to this truth. What do I mean? In 1956, the first mayor in a place called Enugu, among the Igbos, was a Fulani man by the name of Malamumaru Altine. He was not appointed but elected twice as mayor. Also, the people of Port Harcourt elected a man called Chief John Umalu from Atsako in today's Edo State, Western Region at that time, to represent its municipality in the Eastern Region House of Assembly. In 1959, the Eastern House of Chiefs was constituted and a man named Malamumaru Yusha the Sarkin Hasawa, our chief of the houses, and Anitsha, was elected a member of the Eastern House of Chiefs. In 1957, in a city called Kano, in the heart of northern Nigeria, one Felix Okonkwo, an IBO, was elected as a special member of the Northern House of Chiefs. In 1950, in Lagos, Nigeria, Olorunim was the first mayor of Lagos with Mazi Miboni Ojike, another IBO, as his deputy. In 1952, a man from Agwashi-Ukwu, in the heart of Igboland by the name of Chikekwuiasi, represented Benin West in the Western House of Assembly. In 1961, the people of Aba voted Margaret Ekpo to represent them, and Abakaliki voted Chief Io Bassi, both non-Igbos, into Parliament. Alhaji Ibrahim Abubakar Imam from Maiduguri represented Tivland Boko in the House of Representatives. Before all these, an astute politician and leader of the Yorubas at the time, Obafemi Awolowo, led the campaign for Ernest Ikoli, an Ija man who defeated Chief Akinsanya in an election in Lagos. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the leader of the IBO people, led the NCNC, his political party, to a clean sweep of legislative seats in Lagos, which was in the heart of Yoruba land. A Ghanaian barrister practicing in Calabar called Adamu represented his town of residence in the first legislature in this country, elected by universal adult suffrage. This must seem really exciting to the young people who have always imagined that Nigeria has always been a place where tribalism and nepotism reigns. This was the way it really was and the way we were. This is the way it should be and what we must return to. Nigeria is not a divided nation and can never be a divided nation. In fact, the rest of the world continues to look on in awe as a nation that has been predicted to break up, has defied all negative prophecies, and continues to wax stronger despite numerous challenges. After the amalgamation of the different groups and tribes in 1914 by Lord Lugard, many people only saw everything wrong with the amalgamation and predicted that the nation will not be able to exist. In fact, certain historians predicted that the amalgamation would be short-lived and will not last up to 50 years. Well, the amalgamation of Nigeria is well over 100 years old and still counting. What this means is that we are a people of common destiny. We will always overcome all odds and teach the rest of the world how to dwell together in unity. Nigeria's strength despite challenges. Considering events and happenings around the world, many nations of the world not as diverse as Nigeria have gone up in tubes and many broke in war due to consistent misunderstanding and fighting. In the midst of all her problems, however, Nigeria continues to dwell together in peace and harmony, showcasing the beauty and diversity to the world. Merit, character and patriotism used to hold sway and the country kept pace with the world. When we failed in this values as a country, we began to misunderstand ourselves. A deviation from values is the reason why nations fail. I have developed and discussed every point on this topic in another book called Why Countries Fail. However, with the power of values which is inherent in us, we will rebuild our nation again. We will make Nigeria the greatest country in the world. Earlier I said that Nigeria is home to everything diversity. Even the birds of the air prove it. Birds. A good example of this is the Osh Plateau indigo bird, a small reddish-brown bird, which is found nowhere else on the planet but Plateau State, Nigeria. Also, the Anambra waxbill, a small bird of many beautiful colors, is found out only in southern Nigeria and nowhere else on Earth. These are only small proportions of the peculiarity of this individual entity called Nigeria. I think peculiarities such as this should be the focus of our government. Since we are a people of easy distinction, we must be looking for how to turn all of our distinctions into wealth. The Niger Delta, which is the second largest delta on Earth, is in Nigeria. It has the highest concentration of monotypic fish families in the world, and is also home to 60% of Nigeria's mangrove forests. You should know too that Nigeria's mangrove forests are the largest in Africa and third largest on Earth. With such enormous forest reserve, the possibilities of wealth creation is endless. Lack of jobs should be a very foreign word in Nigeria. Also, according to the World Resources Institute, Nigeria is home to 4,715 different types of plant species, and over 550 species of breeding birds and mammals, making it one of the most ecologically vibrant places of the planet. This, of course, is a major reason the world should look up to Nigeria. In addition, areas surrounding Cross River State and Calabar towards the south of Nigeria are home to the largest diversity of butterflies in the world. Many people do not know that the rarest species of animals are found in Nigeria. In fact, two of the world's rarest species of animals live in the mysterious Nigerian forests, the drill monkey that lives in the AFI mountain ranges and the lowland gorilla. What a beauty, what a distinction. You must begin to understand why I said it is a great privilege to be born a Nigerian. In fact, there are about 49 animals found nowhere else on the planet except in Nigeria. Mammals found nowhere else in the world include scladers, guenon, foxes, shaggy rat, the Gattell mountain soft-furred mouse, the savanna swamp shrew, and a recently described forest shrew Sylvisor x corbetti. The Ibadan malimbe is a bird unique to only Nigeria on the surface of the earth. Among about 80 vascular plant species exclusive to Nigeria are the orchids Genorchis apridiflora, Genorchis summerhasiana, Habenaria linguiformis and Diaphyanthe dorothy. Other endemic plants include Costus talboti. At this stage of the book, I want to challenge the Nigerian government to set up a whole commission that can effectively manage this rare species found nowhere else in the world but Nigeria. We must protect all of these animals and plants from extinction. There is a reason they are given exclusively to Nigeria by God, and it further announces our uniqueness to the world. It shows that Nigeria is the natural leader of the emerging world. Espoir, the twins' capital of the world. Among the rarity that is found in Nigeria is a town called Espoir, the twin capital of the world. This means in the entire planet, this small city of Nigeria has the highest rate of twin births in the world. Espoir is one town in Oyo State, Nigeria, situated north of Lagos. The town is the headquarters of Ibarapa Central Local Government Area of Oyo State. It is situated between Sagan, Ibaracado, Idofin and Abeokuta. This farming community, which has seen little development in spite of its popularity, is known for two things. First, it is known in Oyo State as the sixth largest charcoal-producing town. Then, it is known internationally as the twins' capital of the world. Yes, you read it correctly. In fact, a signage at the entrance to the town affirms this claim. And to cap it up, every family there has a set of twins. Statistics from various sources have indicated that there are about 158 twins per 1,000 births in Espoir. To back up this claim, a British gynecologist, Patrick Nylander, carried out a research in the 80s, and the results showed that there are about 45 to 50 twins per 1,000 births. Most people believe the statistics may have doubled by now. So what's so special about the Espoir people that made them this fertile? What is the reason for the high rate of twins in Espoir, Oyo State, Nigeria? This is one unanswered question that has been on the lip of many people, as there has been not enough scientific research to determine the real reason behind the twinning rate of the Espoir people. Most people have their own views about the matter. According to an article on Neo-Black Theo of Espoir, Oboy in an interview in 2013 said, "We eat a lot of okra leaf or ilasa soup. We also consume a lot of igide yam. These diets influence multiple births." This is the same view many of the Espoir people believe in. In another oral interview with a woman from the town, she revealed that she was a twin. She had twins who also had twins. Even her twin had twins that also had twins. But she isn't the only woman like that in Espoir. As a matter of fact, the women that sell the leaf used for making the soup are called Iyabeji, mother of twins. Even though there has been no scientific evidence for the high birth rate of twins, experts believe that the reason for the high twinning rate is embedded in their genes, as they descended from ancestors to ancestors. They opined that their ancestors must have eaten a lot of yams, which contain certain elements that increases a woman's chances of fertilization. But these claims have been rendered useless by the mere fact that neighboring communities who eat the yam and also make the soup haven't been as successful as Espoir when it comes to twins. This very special feature has made Espoir a tourist city and a center for fertility research. Many researchers simply troop to this small town of Espoir in search for fertility and multiple birth solutions for women. Do not be surprised if the cure to infertility all over the world is found in this small city of Nigeria. Nigeria was designed for such feats, especially as the soon-to-be greatest country in the world. Finally, in this chapter, permit me to share with you the unique story of Nigeria's Mrs. Esther Taiwo Olukoya and Mrs. Emily Kahinde Olukoya Ogunde, who looked almost identical, and are probably the third set of twins in the world to hit the century age, and perhaps the first in Africa. Nigerians too want to live long. The life expectancy rate among our citizens should not just be another topic of debate anymore, but strategies should be developed to help Nigerians live longer. If this set of twins could live such long lives, then it is not impossible for majority of our citizens within Nigeria. It must not be that until our citizens leave the shores of the country before their quality of lives improve. This chapter has dealt with the uniqueness of Nigeria so far and why Nigeria could be the leader of the new world. Everything to make Nigeria the greatest nation in the world already rests within her. We have looked at attributes of Nigeria that makes her an example to the rest of the world. attributes such as religious tolerance. Though a bit hard to preach this in the light of recent Boko Haram terror, but generally Nigeria is multi-religious and handling it well in most cases, especially in the western and eastern Nigeria. We allow everyone worship as long as they do not threaten the civil liberties of others. Also, resilience and flexibility is a strong Nigerian trait. Nigerian culture is fixed in some ways but very flexible in others. In spite of the pressures of modern culture or globalization, some of our cultural habits have proven very resilient. New religions, languages, food, musical instruments have been embraced and adopted, and the old substitutes have been moved around and either improved or given new roles without diminishing them. This does not negate the need to do more work to preserve our uniqueness. With over 500 ethnic groups dwelling together, though there has been speculations about breakup, that is not going to happen. There is no doubt that joining hands, Nigerians can make Nigeria the greatest country on the planet. 1. Exploring the opportunities that exist in our language, we can build ultra-modern language centers, and Nigeria can become the holy land of language for the world. 2. Nigeria is not a divided nation and can never be a divided nation. 3. Since Nigerians are a people of easy distinction, we must be looking for how to turn all of our distinctions into wealth. 4. Nigeria is the natural leader of the emerging world. 5. Do not be surprised if the cure to infertility all over the world is found in the small city of Igbo or in Nigeria. 6. Resilience and flexibility is a strong Nigerian trait. Nigerian culture is fixed in some ways but very flexible in others. 7. There has been speculations about breakup of Nigeria, which is not going to happen. 8. There is no doubt that joining hands, Nigerians can make Nigeria the greatest country on the planet. Chapter 4. Significant contributions of Nigerians to the world. Earlier, I put it to you that the Jews are one of the strongest nations in the world right now. I also made a claim that what the Jews have achieved is nothing compared to what Nigerians can do if we set our mind to it. I told you how Jews have caused a monumental revolution in the world just by accepting who they are. I am now explaining to you how we too as Nigerians can bring about a shocking and rapid development, the type that the world has never experienced before. Not just to our country and continent but to the world. This is very possible. It is what the Jews have succeeded in doing. In a previous chapter, we saw briefly the extent of impact of Jews on the world using different markers. The Nobel Prize is a category in which Jews have largely excelled. I am going to discuss this in greater details in later pages. In this chapter, I am putting forward Nigerians who are not any way less than Nobel Prize winners. In fact, I foresee many of these Nigerians winning the Nobel Prize if they are further encouraged in their endeavors. One of such people is a man who has been described as Nigeria's golden boy, Philip Emeagwali. Dr. Philip Emeagwali, Nigeria's golden child. Emeagwali was born August 23, 1954 in Akure, a remote city in Nigeria. He was the oldest of 9 children and was considered a child prodigy because he was an excellent math student. His father spent lots of time helping and nurturing Emeagwali with mathematics. He was so good in math that by the time he got to high school, he was performing so well that his classmates nicknamed him Calculus. A couple years after, he dropped out of school because a civil war broke out and he was drafted into the Biafran army. That did not deter Emeagwali, and when the war ended, he continued to study at the local public library. There, in the library, he taught himself advanced math, physics, and chemistry by studying on his own, and at the age of 17. Completed his high school equivalence test and won a scholarship to study mathematics at Oregon State University. He obtained a BS in mathematics. He also earned 3 other degrees, a PhD in scientific computing from the University of Michigan and 2 master's degrees from George Washington University. Dr. Philip Emeagwali also received acclaim, at least in part, on his study of nature, specifically bees. Emeagwali saw an inherent efficiency in the way bees construct and work with honeycomb and determined computers that emulate this process would be the more efficient and more powerful. In the year 1989, emulating the bees' honeycomb construction, Emeagwali used 65,000 processors to invent the world's fastest computer, which performs computations at 3.1 billion calculations per second. Dr. Philip Emeagwali's resume is loaded with many other such feats, including ways of making oil fields more productive, which has resulted in the United States saving hundreds of millions of dollars each year. As one of the most famous African American inventors of the 20th century, Dr. Emeagwali also has won the Gordon Bell Prize, the Nobel Prize for Computation. His computers are currently being used to forecast the weather and to predict the likelihood and effects of future global warming. Emeagwali wanted to become a mathematician, physicist or astronomer. He could not study these subjects at the cutting-edge level in Africa, so he went to the United States. During the week that he arrived in the United States, he went to an airport, used a telephone, used a library, talked with a scientist, and was shown a computer for the first time in his life. In 1989 he won the Gordon Bell Prize. He accessed the connection machine over the Internet. The connection machines owned by the United States government laboratories were made available to him because they were considered impossible to program and there was no great demand for them at that time. In fact, the national laboratories that purchased them were embarrassed because their scientists could not program them and they were hardly being used. The labs were happy that Emeagwali was brave enough to attempt to program it, and the Million computer was left entirely to his use. He was, in a sense, their human guinea pig. Today, he has access to a Million supercomputer while many African scientists do not have access to any personal computer. the greater opportunity enabled him to make important discoveries and inventions. The connection machine was the most powerful supercomputer in the world. It is a complex supercomputer. Briefly, to program it requires an absolute understanding of how all 65,536 processors are interconnected. The processing nodes are configured as a cube in a 12-dimensional universe, although we only use it to solve problems arising from our 3-dimensional universe. To perform the world's fastest computation, he divided and evenly distributed the calculations among the 65,536 processors and then squeezed the most performance from each processor. It took him 1057 pages to describe the hundreds of mathematical equations, algorithms and programming techniques that he invented and used. The details would be of interest to mathematicians and supercomputer nerds only. This discovery helps analyze petroleum fields and does massive calculations. Like I earlier said, Dr. Philip Emeagwali's resume is loaded with many other such feats, including ways of making oil fields more productive, which has resulted in the United States saving hundreds of millions of dollars each year. His computers are currently being used to forecast the weather and to predict the likelihood and effects of future global warming. I have no doubt in my heart that given the same opportunity as Dr. Emeagwali, there are many more Nigerians that would perform as well if not better. Our land abounds with millions of Emeagwalis. Nigeria surely can teach the world. With all these human tools who are yet alive that Nigeria can pull from, there is no excuse for Nigeria to still be a third world country today. That is an insult on everything that we stand for. What is more amusing is that the nations of the world are filled with many more Nigerians like Dr. Philip Emeagwali. Many more examples which I will share with you in this chapter. There is therefore no reason under the sun why a nation like Nigeria should suffer while we have men of such caliber being used by other countries to develop their own states. For a man like Philip Emeagwali and men like him, they need to be invited by the Nigerian Senate and government to come invest in Nigeria. In fact, they need to become the investment of the Nigerian government. Philip and colleagues need to put similar structures in our educational curriculum. He needs to be given lands to build computer villages and reproduce himself in Nigeria. There is no stopping us now. Nigeria can raise and must be challenged to raise 1 million other Philip Emeagwalis. First doctor to birth a baby twice in the world is a Nigerian. In 2017, a groundbreaking surgery happened in the United States when for the first time a baby was born twice. Guess who was responsible for this extraordinary feat? Dr. Oluyenka Olutoye, a Nigerian doctor, and another Dr. Cass of the United States. The baby had to be born twice, after doctors had to take her out of the womb to remove a tumor that was threatening her life. Linley Bomer's only chance of survival was a risky fetal surgery which involved cutting her out of her mother prematurely, and then putting her back in so that she could be carried full term. Linley's mother Margaret said she was told at 16 weeks that her baby was suffering from a rare birth defect known as sacrooccygeal teratoma, a tumor that grows from a baby's tailbone. The growth occurs in about 1 out of 30,000 to 70,000 live births and affects girls 4 times more than boys. In some cases the baby can be left to develop normally in the womb, and when it is born doctors can remove the tumor, but in the case of Linley, the tumor had begun to take over her blood supply and was putting her heart under immense strain. Dr. Oluyenka Olutoye offered Mrs. Bomer a termination, but she wanted to give Linley a chance at life, so they took the decision to operate on the baby before it was born. When Mrs. Bomer was 23 weeks and 5 days pregnant, she was taken into the operating theater. Mrs. Bomer told CNN, "Linley didn't have much of a chance. At 23 weeks, the tumor was shutting her heart down and causing her to go into cardiac failure. So it was a choice of allowing the tumor to take over her body or giving her a chance at life. It was an easy decision for us. We wanted to give her life." The two surgeons performed the delicate 5-hour surgery on the 1 pound 3 ounces fetus by temporarily removing her from the womb. Dr. Cass said the tumor was so large that a huge cut was needed to get the baby out of the uterus. He added, so it ended up that the baby was hanging out in the air. Essentially, the fetus is outside, like completely out, all the amniotic fluid falls out. It's actually fairly dramatic. During the surgery, Lindley's heart almost came to a standstill, but Dr. Cass credited the heart specialist in the theater with keeping her alive. After they had removed as much of the tumor as possible, the surgeons put Lindley back into the womb and sewed her back into her mother. Mrs. Bomer was then put on bed rest and eventually managed to carry Lindley to full term before she was born again by cesarean section in June 2017. However, the ordeal wasn't quite over yet, as at 8 days old Lindley had to undergo further surgery to remove remnants of the tumor that could not initially be reached. Several weeks after her last operation, and Lindley made a remarkable recovery with her family at home. That was the first time such a surgery was being performed in the history of the world. Olutoye, who obtained his medical degree from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, in 1988 before his doctoral degree in anatomy from Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia, had relocated from Nigeria to the U.S. to seek further educational opportunities. He said, at the completion of my medical education in Nigeria, I realized that I read about a lot of different aspects of medicine that I didn't have the opportunity to be exposed to locally. I therefore sought further educational opportunities in the United States. The Idoani, Ondo State-born surgeon, is the son of Major General Olufemi Olutoye, RTD, and Professor Omatayo Olutoye. He described his childhood as wonderful. He said, I had a wonderful childhood. I was born in Lagos and grew up with two loving parents, Major General RTD Olufemi Olutoye, OFR, and Professor Omatayo Olutoye, three sisters, Dr. Bunmi Okanlami, Funkoluboji Toye Gansalo, and two brothers, Air Commodore RTD, Dr. Femi Olutoye, Dr. Segun Olutoye, grandparents, numerous cousins, uncles and aunties. It was, and still is, a wonderful, loving environment. We were all taught the importance of hard work and a solid education, and most importantly, the fear of the Lord. As a son of a soldier father and an academic mother, Olutoye said he was introduced early in life to a life that placed emphasis on the need to strive for excellence. He maintained that the character his parents helped him to inculcate as a child has endured till now. He said, the quest for excellence was introduced at an early age. I attended elementary school at Lagos University Staff School and subsequently King's College, Lagos. The character and friendships established in those formative years have endured to date. I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, for my medical education at the Faculty of Health Sciences. There I met my beautiful bride, Professor Toyin Olutoye Balogun, who is an anesthesiologist. We are blessed with two children. I had further training at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, IDI Araba, prior to seeking additional training in the USA. In the USA, I started my postgraduate medical education in pediatrics at Howard University and District of Columbia General Hospital. I then had my general surgery training at Virginia Commonwealth University Hospitals, Richmond, Virginia, during which I took time off for research and obtained a PhD in anatomy from Virginia Commonwealth University. Following my training as a general surgeon, I sought additional training in pediatric fetal and thoracic surgery at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. I then took up a faculty position at Baylor College of Medicine and, with my colleague Dr. Darrell Cass, established the Texas Children's Fetal Center at Texas Children's Hospital in Houston, Texas. Growing up in such a family, the surgeon said he never wanted to be anything else but a medical doctor. I always wanted to be a medical doctor, he said in response to what his childhood dream was. Despite the deluge of negative stories about Nigerians back home, Olutoye and many other Nigerians in the diaspora have continued to do great exploits in their host countries. According to Olutoye, such feats are possible when they have access to resources and infrastructure. Nigerians are talented people. If they decide to apply themselves, they can achieve much. When they then have access to resources and infrastructure, they can attain even greater heights, he said. In the face of growing desperation by young Nigerians who risk their lives to cross the Mediterranean just to get to Europe and America, Olutoye urged Nigerian youths to always note that the grass is not always greener on the other side of the divide. Do the best you can with what you have where you are. To quote Eleanor Roosevelt, the grass is not always greener on the other side. Look before you leap, he said. Given the global attention the feat may have attracted to Olutoye and his colleagues at the Texas hospital, one may want to believe that the people behind the feat would now walk around town with shoulders raised. For Olutoye, however, such glory should be given to God. Dr. Olutoye is just another Nigerian making extraordinary feats for Nigeria outside the shores of Nigeria. Nigeria cannot but be very proud of these illustrious sons and daughters. There is no doubt that these fine men and women must be attracted back by all means into the shores of Nigeria. These men must become the foundations upon which the federal government can hinge our development. There is no doubt about it. Hope for Nigeria. Stories of the likes of Dr. Olutoye that I read about every year fills me with enormous hope for Nigeria. Can you see what I see now? This is a reason why I described Nigeria as the rising sun and America as the setting sun. Is it not obvious to see? Nigeria has everything it takes to become the greatest country in the world. Nigeria is not in any way poor. It is just poorly being managed. Our greatest wealth is in our people. This is why we can become the greatest and the wealthiest nation on earth. After 130 years, first Black Harvard Law Review female president is a Nigerian. The Harvard Law Review is the most prestigious legal journal in the world, but the 130-year-old publication had never elected a black woman as its president until 2017. That honor has gone to Imeyu Mana, a 24-year-old daughter of Nigerian immigrants who has been voted president by the Law Review's 92 student editors. 27 years ago, a Harvard Law School student named Barack Obama was elected the publication's first black male president. Umana's a brilliant, high-energy young woman with a keen sense of social justice and commitment to service, said Lawrence D. Bobo, chairman of the Department of African and African American Studies at Harvard, where Umana earned honors as an undergraduate for her thesis on the adverse effects of voter identification laws on minority voters. The Law Review post is considered a key to some of the most coveted doors in the legal profession. But Umana has said she wants to pursue a position as a public defender. The second-year law student was exposed to that work in 2016 during a stint in the public defender's office in the Bronx, NY. Her empathy for the marginalized is well known, professors and classmates said. When she graduated from Harvard College in 2014, Umana received the Reverend Peter J. Gomes Prize, which the African and African American Studies Department bestows on the student who best epitomizes social responsibility through public service and potential for distinguished contributions to the public good, Bobo said. Barriers of race and of gender and the places where they intersect continue to crumble, and rightfully so, he said. Imeyu Mana is paving a way for future generations of African American women, indeed, all women of color, as leaders, not just rank and file, in the legal profession of tomorrow. Alexa Kissinger, managing editor of the Law Review, praised Umana's election. Ime has a fierce legal mind, compassion for other members of the team, and unparalleled dedication to this institution, Kissinger said. Our class of editors is the most diverse in the history of the Harvard Law Review, and we couldn't be prouder to have Ime at the helm. Natalie Vernon, president of the Harvard Women's Law Association, called Umana universally beloved on campus. What more can be said? Another barrier broken, and it was by a Nigerian. Nigeria can surely become the greatest country in the world, if we have such brilliant genes manifested through Umana to the world. There must be several millions of such people on our shores. Hence we must do everything within our power to encourage leadership in our young people. We must give our young Nigerians the platform with which their voice can be heard in the world. When we are able to provide these platforms for our young people, they will become global players and compete effectively. They will bring groundbreaking solutions to age-long problems. Such is the case of the young Nigerian whose story you are about to read. A Nigerian scientist invents a device that can supply the entire African continent uninterrupted power supply. Nigerian engineer, Obayagbona Emmanuel Imafidon, stated in 2017 that he has invented a power-generating device that can solve the power shortage in the country. In an interview with Guardian, the graduate of electrical engineering from the Institute of Management and Technology in Enugu said he could generate power from thunder lightning and that he has been working on it since 2006. He said, "I have been researching on generating constant power from thunder lightning. That is using a strike of thunder lightning to generate power that can serve Nigeria and Africa for 5 years and 30 days. That means that whenever thunder strike for once, we are sure of uninterrupted power for 5 years and 30 days. One may think it is not possible, and if it is possible, why the Western world has not converted lightning to electricity, but what I have developed so far is a prototype. There are 5 chambers including the trapping zone, which is made of lightning arrestor. There is the storage zone and the conversion zone, which convert static energy into current electricity and transmit the energy into transmission zone. The transmission zones will first of all step down the power from as high as 5 megavolts. And there are 5 storage zones that have the capacity of storing over 25 megavolts of power. When it stores the 25 megavolts of power, the conversion zone takes 1 megavolt at a time. Send signals to other sensory zones which shut down other sensory zones from discharging at the same time. Now the transmission zone of the power generating plant will step down the megavolt to whatever Nigerians need. For instance, Nigeria is generating 330,000 megavolts, but my device generate 5 million volts and then give Nigerians their 330 kilovolts and still have about 4,670,000 megavolts left as reserve. There is a far cry between lightning energy and hydroelectricity which the country relies on. The trapping zone will be built by the Russians, Germany or USA in order to capture a maximum of 5 megavolts and allow 330,000 megavolts to be wasted in the atmosphere for the trapping arrestor. Now, the 5 megavolts trapped by lightning will send the signal or energy to the annexing zone. You can see that we have so many trapping zones here, and that is because you don't know the direction lightning may come from. So, we cannot use one lightning director to achieve the purpose, and that is why we have several lightning arrestors here. There is no gainsaying the fact that if this young man's research is looked into and validated, he might have brought a permanent solution to the age-long energy problem in Africa. So what is stopping the funding and promoting of such a noble idea? The young man himself explained it this way: the Nigerian Stock Exchange, NSE, is there to fund experiments, research, inventions to bring them into limelight. I found out that governments set aside funds for research, but how the funds are being used is a different kettle of fish. I am emphasizing on NSE because in the USA, when a young person invents anything, all their engineers gather to give their support. But in Nigeria, they will want you to carry out the research alone so that when you fail, they will say you don't know what you are talking about. One major advantages of generating power from lightning is that it will save Nigeria from constant blackout. Every time you hear that water level has dropped, and as such we are not able to generate enough electricity. There is no year that thunder does not strike in Nigeria, and one strike of lightning can give power for 5 years and 30 days. Then we will have enough power for our home and industrial needs. The young inventor is simply frustrated that corruption is inhibiting research and discovery in Nigeria today. must we allow the rest of our young innovators and scientists suffer brain drain too? Why does it look like unless Nigerians leave the shores of the country, their ideas are not encouraged? Nations are not built like that. Immediately we get a flicker of hope anywhere in any of our people, they must be immediately encouraged, especially if they are young. We must destroy the impression that our environment only kills potentials, it doesn't support it. However, it has not been all bad news from Nigeria when it concerns giving support to the young people and their innovative ideas. Some of our innovators have been able to get the support of our government to build their research work in recent times. One of such is the case of Jessica Matthews, the young Nigerian lady who invented the electricity-generating football. When Nigeria appointed electricity-generating football inventor, Jessica Matthews, as entrepreneurship ambassador. In 2013, the federal government appointed Jessica Matthews, a U.S.-based Nigerian, who invented energy-generating football and skipping rope as an entrepreneurship ambassador. The then Minister of Trade and Investments, Dr. Olusegun Ogonga, announced after the presentation and demonstration of the invented products to the then President Goodluck Jonathan at the presidential villa. Ogonga said, "Matthews is an inspiration to every Nigerian, especially children, and the product is portrayed as made by a Nigerian for the world. The product is actually versatile, it is not just about the electricity you see. You can use it to charge your mobile phones and fans, so there are so many things for which it can be used. We are also looking at the possibilities of manufacturing it in Nigeria and see how we can make it cheaper in this country. I am glad that Matthew has also agreed to be our ambassador in terms of promoting entrepreneurship in our universities. What we want to do is to bring successful entrepreneurs like Matthew to inspire the students and make them more creative so that they can also be employers of labor," the minister said. Matthew, an Edo-born inventor, who demonstrated the soccer ball, said it could generate 3 hours of electricity after 30 minutes of play and could store power for 72 hours. The electricity generated by the ball, according to her, can be used as electricity source to power lighting points and household equipments. Matthews, 25, and co-founder of Uncharted Play, said the airless football used as electricity power source when not in use could span for 18 months before replacement. The inventor, who studied psychology and economics in Harvard University, US, said she taught herself electrical and mechanical engineering because of her interest in the field. She said her motivation to invent the ball and skipping rope came when she attended a wedding in Nigeria and there was a sudden power outage. I am a Nigerian and was in Nigeria. It was my aunt's wedding and we lost power. How many times is there anyone who has not been affected? For me, I was raised to seek a solution when there is a problem. To be as creative as you can and be open to different ways so you can address the situation," she said. Matthews, who spoke on why she chose to use football, explained, "To me, we all know that football is the most popular thing in the world. To most people, football form is the most convenient. Any man on the street will be attracted to kicking football. So, the idea is to put something that people really love and get more out of it. These are the things we can use to see if we can amplify existing behavior to bridge the gap between what is working and what is not working in this country that we love so much. We take our passion for sports that is so beautiful and we say, okay, let's give people renewable clean power that they can control." She said the innovation, which had been accepted and already in use in the U.S., would be affordable when mass-produced and introduced into the Nigerian market. Right now, if we are going to sell it here in Nigeria, it will be equivalent to what you will pay for a solar inverter. Right now, we have not started making them here. We are selling them in New York, and in New York, we charge people a lot because it is New York," she said. Dr. Reuben Abadi, the special advisor to the then president on media and publicity, said Jonathan congratulated Matthews on her creativity and innovativeness. The president is particularly impressed that Matthew is multi-talented, and that she developed herself in science despite that she is a psychologist and economist. It is a proof of the quality of human resource we have in Nigeria, and the president is proud of her, Abadi said. Abadi said the president assured that the invention would be used as a major tool to mobilize young children and encourage them to think more deeply. The federal government of Nigeria need to be commended for this singular effort, but it is not enough. We need thousands of Matthews to be appointed as ambassadors and sent to our schools, colleges and campuses to inspire the teeming young and creative minds on these campuses. We need trade fairs and exhibitions where young people can showcase talents and creativities. We need established companies to partner with promising inventions. This can only be achieved through the aid of the government. We need soft loans for young people to encourage them into research and creative works. When this is done, you can imagine millions of Nigerian youths like Jessica maximizing their potential and bringing out new products every day. I have shown you thus far in this book that the greatest wealth Nigeria possesses is not the oil wells and the petroleum fields. No, the greatest wealth of Nigeria is raw, untapped human resource. I dare say that Nigeria only needs to maximize up to about 40% of her human resource potential and she will be among the greatest nation in the world. It was indeed a happy news when the federal government of Nigeria appointed Jessica Matthews as an ambassador of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Before her, a reputable Nigerian in the United States, Professor Bart Naji too, had been invited back to Nigeria and appointed Minister of Power. Bartholomew Naji, powering Nigeria. A scientist, innovator and one of the inventors of the e-design concept, he has proven that mankind can only be limited by her imagination. In a fundamental sense, he is the man who saw tomorrow, having explored and is still exploring the exciting frontiers of knowledge. He has put Nigeria on the world map for the right reasons, for a change. Meet Dr. Bartholomew Naji, born on the 13th of July 1956, in Enugu State. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in physics at St. John's University, and then proceeded to the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University for postgraduate studies. He joined the faculty at University of Massachusetts Amherst in 1983. After a few years, he became the director and a founder of the Automation and Robotics Laboratory at the university. He was made a professor of mechanical and industrial engineering in 1992. As a researcher, he focused on three major topics: computer-aided design, robotics and computer-aided engineering. Using the knowledge he gained from his research pursuits, he created the term geometric reasoning, the idea that most things we operate has a geometric configuration. He is also credited as one of the innovators of the e-design concept. Naji built upon his previous experience in Nigeria's power sector to create his company, the first indigenous-owned power generating company in Nigeria. In 1993, he served as Federal Minister of Science and Technology. In 2000, along with his joint venture partner Renatech International Limited, Naji built and managed a successful 15 megawatts emergency power station in Abuja. In 2003, Naji began traveling back and forth to Nigeria to build a world-class indigenous power company. He is currently chairman and CEO of the company Geometric Power Limited, or GPL, a $250 million United States dollars 140 megawatts integrated generation and distribution power plant. On the 28th of August 2012, Naji resigned as Nigeria's Minister of Power amid unconfirmed reports that he was linked to a company bidding for a lucrative electricity contract. Naji captures his vision for reinventing Nigeria's nightmarish power sector. I have a fundamental belief that there is nowhere that it is written on the forehead of Nigeria that thou shalt not have reliable, quality and affordable electricity. Our goal is to build power projects that make economic sense and at the same time have social value that can lift the quality of life of our customers and the community. From a statement accorded to Dr. Naji. This is the blueprint to develop Nigeria. This is the pathway to our growth. Same way Dr. Naji through all odds was made to serve in Nigeria, this must be achieved with all of our exceptional sons and daughters. There is no doubt that soon enough Nigeria will be riding on the waves of glory. Inventions will be pouring down like torrents of rain. Growth and development will be so rapid like what the world had never seen or experienced before. Now, I know your conviction is becoming solid on the fact that Nigeria can become the greatest country in the world. This must become our new song and we must not give ourselves any rest until we achieve this. Only then would we have attained our destiny as a nation, as the largest black country in the world. Are you interested in more facts, evidences and the pathway out of our current gloom? Then follow me into the next chapter. 1. Nigeria can raise and must be challenged to raise a million other Philip Emeagwalis. 2. Nigeria is not in any way poor. It is just poorly being managed. Our greatest wealth is in our people. 3. We must do everything within our power to encourage leadership in our young people. 4. When we are able to provide platforms for our young people, they will become global players and compete effectively. 5. Must we allow the rest of our young innovators and scientists suffer brain drain too? Why does it look like unless Nigerians leave the shores of the country, their ideas are not encouraged? 6. We need established companies to partner with promising inventions. 7. The greatest wealth Nigeria possesses is not the oil wells and the petroleum fields. No, the greatest wealth of Nigeria is raw untapped human resource. 8. There is no doubt that soon enough Nigeria will be riding on the waves of glory. Inventions will be pouring down like torrents of rain. Chapter 5. Steps to transforming Nigeria. Having seen the monumental achievements of Nigerians in many universities and institutions of the world, we have shown Nigeria in the light of a leading nation. In this chapter, it is imperative that we look at the methods and strategies that Nigeria can employ to achieve so much within a little space of time. Hence recover her lost years. It is my belief that if Nigeria will go back to the same principles that her excelling sons and daughters are employing outside the boundaries of the country, if these principles will be used to administer our nation, we may not be too far again from Glory Road. Among many things that we have observed in these men and women, one of them is pivotal and paramount and it became the major tool for their success. Remember, we established at the initial part of this book that Nigerians are extremely gifted people capable of solving any problems by themselves. In other words, given the right environment, Nigerians are capable of building anything that needs to be built. Now, we want to consider how certain Nigerians have practically done the impossible in the world. Many of what Nigerians have achieved is almost unbelievable. Here are a few, read for yourself. Adebayo Ogunlesi, the Nigerian wonder. One reason why I believe Nigeria is the rising star of the future is in what the rest of the world would refuse to believe. WHO could have believed that a Nigerian owns the second largest international airport in all of Great Britain? Here is the story. Up until February 2010, very few people had heard about Adebayo Ogunlesi. The Nigerian-born investment banker and money manager made international headlines when he led the acquisition of London's Gatwick Airport from the British Airports Authority in a recorded £1.51 billion deal. The acquisition instantly propelled Ogunlesi 58 into the global spotlight and earned him a place in history as the man who acquired London's second-largest international airport. Adebayo Ogunlesi is the chairman and managing partner of Global Infrastructure Partners (GIP), a New York-based independent private equity fund focused primarily on infrastructural investments. With over $5.6 billion under his management, the purchase of Gatwick Airport may have grabbed all the headlines, but GIP has some other noteworthy assets in its portfolio, including a 75% stake in London's City Airport. and Biffa Limited, a UK-based waste management company. Adebayo Ogunlesi was born December 20, 1953 to the family of Professor and Mrs. T.O. Ogunlesi of Makan, Sagamu, Ogun State. His father was the first Nigerian professor of medicine. Young Ogunlesi obtained his secondary school education from the prestigious King's College in Lagos. He received a BA with first-class honours in philosophy, politics and economics from Oxford University in London, England, before proceeding to Harvard Law School in 1979 to receive a J.D. magna cum laude from Harvard Law School and an MBA from the Harvard Business School, which he pursued at the same time. From 1980 to 1981, Ogunlesi served as a law clerk to Associate Justice Thurgood Marshall of the United States Supreme Court. Ogunlesi was an attorney in the corporate practice group of the New York City law firm of Cravath, Swaine and Moore, where he had been a summer associate while studying for his MBA. In 1983, Ogunlesi joined the investment bank First Boston as an advisor on a Nigerian gas project. At First Boston, he worked in the project finance group, advising clients on transactions and financings, and has worked on transactions in North and South America, the Caribbean, Europe, the Middle East, Africa and Asia. From 1997 to 2002, he was the head of the global energy group of the then renamed Credit Suisse First Boston, CSFB. In July 2006, Ogunlesi started the private equity firm, Global Infrastructure Partners GIP, a joint venture whose initial investors included Credit Suisse and General Electric. He currently serves as chairman and managing partner. Ogunlesi was appointed to the board of directors at Goldman Sachs in 2012 before he was named lead director on July 24, 2014. Ogunlesi served as an advisor, though informally, to Nigerian governments. He was an informal advisor to former President Olusegun Obasanjo on privatization, and he still maintains ties with his homeland. In December 2016, it was announced that Ogunlesi, among other business leaders, would be part of U.S. President Donald Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, How We Can Make Nigeria Work. Earlier, we emphasized a repeating tendency that most of these outstanding Nigerians are based outside Nigeria. This explains the reason why I am so passionate about making Nigeria work. The amount of Nigerians outside the country is less than 1% of those in the country, yet we are having such a global impact on the world. What would happen if we fix Nigeria's problems? What will happen if we give similar opportunities to the rest 99% of Nigerians living in the country? What kind of result would we then be producing? What will happen if all the Ogunlesis in Nigeria are unveiled and empowered within Nigeria? This has been my dream, this is my dream, and I am committed to its materialization in my lifetime. Nigeria indeed can teach the rest of the world. Nigeria can be the greatest country on earth. Personally, I believe that Ogunlesi is a goldmine for not just Nigeria, but including the rest of Africa. Ordinarily, one would expect that the federal government of Nigeria would have done all within her power to bring a man of such stature back into Nigeria permanently to help turn around the fortunes of the country. Why this is not yet done is a question begging answers. I want to challenge the government not just to pay lip service to the growth and development of the country. The path for Nigeria to lead the world is clearly defined and is right before us. The government must strive to work with these tested and trusted sons and daughters. Surely, Ogunlesi can help administrate within Nigeria another wonder of an airport. He has done it before, why can't he do it again? The government need to see this and work it out. Again, one pertinent question that is begging for answers is how a Nigerian would run and manage the second largest airport in the world. Yet many of our airports across Africa and Nigeria in particular are like chicken coops and poultry. Why can't we task Ogunlesi to replicate at least one of such airports in his home country, giving him every support needed? Not only must Ogunlesi replicate his achievements within Nigeria, he ought to set up a system too that replicates him and develops his kind within our population. Only then would he have built an enduring legacy for himself and the rest of Nigeria. I strongly believe that our policymakers need to awake for Nigeria to attain to its potential. If a Nigerian can manage the second largest airport in the world, that means Nigeria as a country can own the first, second, third and fourth largest airports in the entire world. It is high time we put a stop to mediocrity. It is high time we stopped eating dung though we are blessed with enormous riches and wealth. It is high time we lived up to our potential and fly. Nigeria indeed can teach the rest of the world. Ogunlesi is not alone in this global feat. Perhaps we could have deemed his achievements accidental. There are other phenomenal Nigerians in same category of outstanding performance. Meet Judigi Mezi, the Nigerian who constructed a $500 million Iraqi rail system. Iraq has a solid railway system today, all thanks to the ingenuity of Mr. Jude, a Nigerian. You are about to read one of the most phenomenal stories of a Nigerian shortly. Like I said, a Nigerian has built Iraq's largest and efficient train system while his own home country does not even have an efficient train system yet. It is a very sad and disturbing story for Nigeria and Nigerians generally. Despite the $1.5 billion loan secured from China to construct railway and several billions more for similar projects across the country, our railway system is still till today virtually non-existent, due to poor management and mismanagement of funds. Whereas Kenya's railway system of international standard was built for far less amount. Nigeria cannot afford to groan in penury if we do not want to kill this country. Right assignments must be given to right men. When Nigeria has Judigi Mezi, why not allow the gentleman help reconstruct our rail system? Nigeria must bring Jude back to help in this task of nation building. Like every similar distinguished Nigerian in diaspora, our greatest ambition right now should be to go back to Nigeria to build a country that our children would be grateful for. In a later chapter, you will read my personal story and my desire to go back to the land of my birth to contribute to nation building. We all must desire same thing. So who is this Judigi Mezi? Nigerian constructs $500 million Iraqi rail system. Dr. Judigi Mezi, PhD, is a registered professional engineer in the province of Ontario and has been involved with rail-related engineering and research since 1981. He obtained his BEng degree in civil engineering and MEng and PhD degrees in engineering from McGill University in Montreal, Canada. He is an expert in structural mechanics, stress and failure analyses, design, testing and assessment of railway engineering structures and derailment investigations. Since 1988, his firms have carried out tens of millions of engineering contracts. He has also authored or co-authored 120 articles, reports and publications on rail track and vehicle systems. Dr. Igi Mezi is the chairman of Transglobum International, and founder and president of Applied Rail Research Technologies, ARRT Inc., a railway consulting engineering and research company, and Norfast Inc. that markets premium railway track products developed by ARRT Inc. His clients on the consulting and product sides include all major Class I North American railroads. Dr. Igi Mezi has made significant contributions to the rail industry. He was the first to develop a methodology for setting railhead wear limits. Several North American railroads have successfully implemented his recommendations. In 1992, he developed and published mathematical relationships between dynamic loads, defect size and rail fracture during cold weather train operations. He has investigated wheel failures in high rail vehicles. He developed the residual stress standards incorporated into the ARAMA, American Railway Engineering and Maintenance of Way Association, manual. Dr. Igi Mezi has investigated wheel shelling problems for railroads and suppliers and analyzed wood, concrete and steel tie failures. He has designed derailment containment barriers for residential areas, high-relief joint bar that allow more rail wear for several North American railroads, 124 pound per yard rail section. new tie plates and clip that fight gauge widening and prevent rail rollover, as well as new joint plates that allow positive tie-down of the joint. In 2004, he designed a revolutionary insulated rail joint that has a section modulus that is 3 times greater than that of current systems and also greater than that of the rail section. Dr. Iggy Mezzi has been actively involved in the development of track super-elevation policies for railroads. Recently, he pioneered development of the software ASET for setting track super-elevation, locomotive power utilization and fuel optimization in trains. Dr. Iggy Mezzi holds or has pending patents for several innovative railway track components. He has significant experience on the impact of rail grinding and lubrication on rail life, track forces, rail stresses, tie stresses and track alignment. In 1997, he was invited to address the American Railway Engineering and Maintenance of Way Association (AREMA) on rail management during their annual conference in Chicago. In 2009, he led the team that reorganized the management structure of the Nigerian Railway Corporation. In 1997, the UNIP Railroad steel tie and fastener systems designed by Dr. Iggy Mezzi won the gold medal in the Industrial Systems category of the Canadian Design Engineering Awards. In 2001, Dr. Iggy Mezzi received the Harry Jerome Award for Professional Excellence from the Black Business and Professional Association of Canada. In 2008, he received an Outstanding Business Achievement Award from the Business Development Bank of Canada. In 2009, he received an award from the Nigerians in Diaspora Organization, NIDO Canada, for outstanding contributions to the diaspora community and industrialization in Nigeria. In 2009, he also received Resolution of Appreciation from the International Heavy Haul Association (IHHA) for his contribution to the latest book on best practices for heavy haul railway operation. Dr. Iggy Mezzi is also an industry expert on derailments and track component failures, including providing expert reports and witness testimony in court litigations. In 2003, Iggy Mezzi was commissioned by the Iraqi government to design and construct a $500 million Iraqi rail system. The contract was to construct what is described as a viable rail transportation network for the city of Najaf. The network connects 3 Islamic holy and historic mosques in Imam Ali, Kufa and Salih. Iggy Mezzi described the rail as the project of its time, which he completed in 3 years, and also built in 2 phases. The first phase covered the design, construction and operation of the system, while the second and final phase will involve the expansion of the system and its extension to the Najaf airport. He said, Dr. Judah settled to manage the rail project in Iraq for the next 50 years. Again, this seemed unbelievable considering the fact that Nigeria itself has no functional railway system. This is not only sad but also embarrassing. Experts of nation building have described Nigeria as one nation who is not ready to grow, but can grow and become a world-leading power within the shortest time possible whenever she is ready. This again places emphasis on the need to bring men like Jude into Nigeria for urgent work of rebuilding key sectors. So as you can see, the tools lie with us. We have the responsibility in our hands. What else are we waiting for? I came across a brilliant piece beautifully written by a Nigerian on Platform Times, an online magazine whose name I couldn't readily identify. He described his recent journey to the United States of recent in the article. Permit me to reproduce here a part of what he wrote. When Nigerians arise. An event organized by a friend took me to the city of Atlanta a few years ago. The host protocol team had been at the airport 30 minutes before my arrival. I didn't have to wait to be driven to my hotel. 2 young people, a man and a woman, were my chaperones. The guy behind the wheel was a 33-year-old medical doctor, so was the 29-year-old young woman who accompanied him. They were both Nigerians. Venue of the event was packed with about 300 people. Attendees were mostly young Nigerian professionals. A few of them were in the U.S. military running big global operations for the government. Upon their doggedly dependable and broad shoulders, the present and future of a nation were seated. By the time my host got through introducing me to about 20 of the guests, who were mainly medical doctors, surgeons, anesthesiologists, researchers, computer scientists, lawyers, and all manner of engineers who are behind the construction of many of the big bridges and roads stretching around America, my heart began to bleed for Nigeria. Some of them were brought into the U.S. by their parents at very tender ages, and others are natural-born U.S. citizens. But all of their hearts yearn for motherland, a place they may never recognize or call home. This is the story of Nigeria and Nigerians abroad. Young and old, doing great exploits in their careers and scattered all over major cities all over the world. Presidents of foreign nations count on them, so do governors of states. Multi-billion-dollar corporations desire them, so do small upcoming businesses. These men and women come from all ethnic backgrounds, and their hearts pant for Nigeria, a nation blessed with men and endowed with means. Recently, a Houston hospital witnessed a handful of Nigerian doctors successfully separating 10-month-old conjoined twins in a 26-hour surgery that is now making waves among American media and the global medical world. The 12-man medical team comprised of Professor Oluyengo Olutoye, his anesthesiologist wife Dr. Toyin, and one Dr. Mrs. Oluyemisi Adimifawode, a pediatric gynecology fellow in the hospital. Don't tell me Nigeria doesn't have men. A Nigerian engineer, Judigi Messi, that I just mentioned, who lives in Canada, was commissioned by the Iraqi government to design and construct a $500 million Iraqi rail system. The project includes the construction of what is described as a viable rail transport network for the city of Najaf. Men who build roads, tunnels, and bridges for other nations have been chased away from their homeland by something or someone. Jelani Aliyu, who has been invited back to Nigeria by the Nigerian government, as I earlier wrote, from Sokoto State, is the talented mind behind the design of the Chevrolet Volt automobile, one of the most admired American specifications globally. Aliyu was a senior creative designer with General Motors in Detroit. This Nigerian just made history. I also read about the exploits of one Dr. Azato Osemunji from Benin, Edo State. Azato specializes in counterterrorism and counterinsurgents with drones he built for the U.S. Army. His ingenuity makes surveillance and information gathering against terrorists and insurgents easier for the government. Azato lives in the U.S., and what was a loss to Nigeria became a gain for America. Amidst all manner of challenges in Nigeria, some Nigerians resident in Nigeria have always towered up in the world. Aliko Dangote, worth $11.7 billion, is the richest black man on the face of the earth. The richest black woman on earth is a Nigerian. She is Folo-Runsho Alakija, who is worth almost $2 billion. Largest black-owned communication installation in the world, Glo, is owned by Mike Adenuga, a Nigerian whose net worth is $6.3 billion. Nigerians around the world are creators of solutions to world's problems, not designers of problems. There are millions of Nigerians all around the world who have become standout achievers and accomplishers of big dreams. Many of them chose to be quiet. We are further convinced that Nigeria is blessed with men. The country also has the means to kickstart life worth living for all. Nigeria's present GDP is $415 billion. Profits in economics have told us that by 2030, the GDP will jump to around $1 trillion. This is a sign of means. Between 1999 and 2007, former President Olusegun Obasanjo's administration earned N17 from crude oil sales within 8 years and left behind $45 billion external reserves and $3.348 billion. Umaru Yar'Adua made N9 from crude oil sales within the short period he reigned. He grew the reserves to $64 billion within just 1 year. Goodluck Jonathan's administration witnessed an oil boom when Brent crude sold for over $100 per barrel, with the regime earning N51 within a period of 5 years. The Treasury's single account policy, which was started in February 2015, has reportedly helped save over some N3. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. Ibe Kuchiku, has also reportedly saved N1.4 TN since removing the subsidy on petrol. By year-end 2015, the customs mopped up almost N1 TN from duties and levies. In the month of August this year alone, it generated N95 BN. Nigeria is a nation with means. Many of us are just perturbed that talents, abilities and means that Nigeria and Nigerians exhibit have not translated into good roads, functional hospitals, uninterrupted power supplies, cutting-edge educational system, and plenteous and affordable food supply in our markets. With these blessings, why are we not better than this? In the latest United Nations Human Development Index 2015 notice, Nigeria ranked 152 out of 188 and adjudged among low human development countries. According to the CBN, between 2014 and 2015, Nigeria spent a total of N1.18 TN, about $7.4 billion, on the importation of toothpicks, fish, milk, textiles, rice and furniture. Fish imports gulped $1.39 billion, while milk and rice imports accounted for $1.33 billion and $51 million respectively. It is obvious that we have the means that are heedlessly frittered away in waste. Very few Nigerians should go to bed hungry. Unfortunately, 120 million people probably will tonight. Chinese teacher and philosopher Confucius once said, "In a country well governed, poverty is something to be ashamed of." Nelson Mandela, ascending the saddle as head of the South Africa government, made a vow to his people: "We pledge ourselves to liberate our people from the bondage of poverty, deprivation, suffering." Poverty is bondage. What things are inhibiting the growth of Nigeria? Illiteracy, poor youth empowerment, low human development, corruption, lack of diversification and many more. Again, I have elaborated on each of this in another book titled, Why Countries Fail. The panacea for all these I have mentioned is responsible citizenship, right policies, involvement of all Nigerians in nation building, systems overhaul, propagation of our diversity, education of our citizens, etc. Hope for Nigeria. I am hoping that the coming years in Nigeria will be better and fairer for Nigerians now living under the present harsh economic realities. I hope that all the figures and puzzles strung together by President Buhari and subsequent presidents will eventually translate into sweet dreams for the people now in a nightmare. Although pain and suffering are dominant in the air, I am still hopeful that this administration in the next 2.5 years will be able to dig the country out of the hole she has found herself. Nigeria has the requisite men and means to get it done. Yes, I am hopeful. I am hopeful that Nigeria will rise from the current ashes to her full might and rule the world. I am hopeful that we will become the greatest single entity on earth. I am hopeful that we are the rising sun of the world. If we will arise to fulfill our innate prophecy, we will maximize the potential of our young people, our intelligent minds, our resourcefulness. Then Nigeria will demonstrate to the world a level of prosperity that no other nation in the world at any time has experienced. This is what will happen soon. Mr. Igimezi said he was involved in negotiation with Nigerian officials for more than 18 months to construct several rail lines in the country without success. He disclosed that it took only 2 months to get the Memorandum of Understanding (MO) executed with Iraqi officials. Can you as Nigerian imagine that? What took the Iraqi officials just 2 months to seal with a foreigner? Our own government repelled one of their own for more than 18 months. Hinting at his frustration to offer his services to Nigeria, Mr. Igimezi said, "As a diaspora person, I kept coming back, knocking, to help Nigeria. On the other hand, I can't knock forever." Mr. Igimezi, who wants to build a standard gauge railway system from Lagos to Calabar, believes that Nigeria is a place where railway service is going to be profitable and successful because of its size and population and because we have a demography similar to that in Europe. However, he said, the bane of railway in Nigeria is that we have brought the wrong people to help us. Do you now see the reason why the experts described Nigeria as not being ready to grow? When we are ready, the world will witness the most rapid growth of a nation it had ever seen. I challenge our government to wake up. I challenge every one of us to wake up. We cannot continue to dance the dance of shame forever. We must stand up now and build. Why will the other countries of the world continue to benefit from the magnanimity and ingenuity of the Ogunlesis and the Igimezis of Nigeria? It will cost the Nigerian government little to nothing to bring back Jude Igimezi into the country and saddle him with the responsibility of transforming the rail system in Nigeria. Jude Igimezi can be given the opportunities to build his company within Nigeria. Jude Igimezi can be supported and given targets or projects to accomplish within a stipulated time. Jude Igimezi can develop many of the Nigerian projects same way he is doing that for many countries of the world. Nigeria must now arise and become the greatest nation on earth. More than Bayo Ogunlesi in building large airports, more than Jude Igimezi building exceptional rail lines, how about a Nigerian building an exceptional opposition party in a foreign country? Yes, have you heard of that? Her name is Helen Mukoro. Helen Mukoro, forcing a nation to grow. There is a Nigerian lady whose name is making the rounds in Spain. It is no one other than Nigerian-born Spanish lawyer, Helen Mukoro, who has emerged the presidential candidate of an opposition party for the 2015 presidential election in Spain. Helen is said to have set a new record as the first woman and an immigrant to emerge presidential flag bearer of a political party in Spain. She will be running on the platform of Unión de Todos, a party she founded earlier this year. The forensic expert and author of many books, was born in Delta State and worked briefly in the governor's office before she traveled to Spain in 1992, where she gained prominence in Spanish politics. She came into full glare when she instituted a political party and later became the first Nigerian Spanish to contest for the mayor of Denia in May this year, an election which she lost. However, her popularity soared higher after her loss, as many people endorsed her for the highest office in the land. Aside graduating in law at the Spanish National University Alicante, Helen holds several academic qualifications. She holds a master's degree in criminology, master's degree in social education, a postgraduate certificate in tax and labor management, a postgraduate certificate in forensic psychology, and a postgraduate certificate in immigration and domestic violence. A very experienced personnel, Helen worked as a legal consultant, immigration department at the Red Cross Society, Spain, and presently owns a legal firm. She served as the CEO and president at the African Europe Chamber of Commerce, CEO, president at National Agency of Forensic Experts, Mediators and Technical Professionals of Spain and Europe. This dynamic Nigerian dame has been fingered as one following the footsteps of the United States President Barack Obama, who was the first African American to win the presidency. Helen has taught Nigeria on so many grounds on how to become the greatest nation in the world. Firstly, women must not be sidelined in any society. The progress of many nations rests firmly on the lean but firm shoulders of women who have proven consistently that they are co-partners in the journey to progress. As a matter of fact, the development of Europe as a continent can be traced to the impact of many strong women holding the frontiers of their nations. From Margaret Thatcher of decades ago in Great Britain to current-day Angela Merkel of Germany. If Nigeria must become the greatest country in the world as she is bound to be, then women at all levels must be deployed for national development. No woman must be looked down upon. If Helen Mukoro in faraway Spain can launch and effectively run a popular opposition party, then it is a clarion call for the women of Nigeria. Additionally, Helen Mukoro has demonstrated yet again the power in Nigerians and the role the opposition party must play in the development of a nation. We all do not need to agree and be clustered together in same views, but we can harness our different views through constructive criticisms to grow a nation. I can only hope that this message comes across well. Helen Mukoro is leading a political revolution in a foreign land, but she is not the only one doing this. Have you heard the incredible story of Taufik leading a global Barbie revolution? Yes, a very unusual form of revolution. When a Nigerian-made doll outsells Barbie, now that is a revolution. As Barbie sales continue to plummet all over the world, another doll is aiming to slide in and take her place. The Queens of Africa and Nigeria princess dolls are outselling the world's original. The doll's mastermind, 43-year-old Taofik Okoye, told Reuters that he sells between 6,000 and 9,000 dolls per month, claiming 10 to 15% of the small but growing toy market in Nigeria. According to Forbes, Taofik said, "I got into the doll business by chance. At that time my daughter was young, and I realized she was going through an identity crisis. She wished she was white. And I was trying to figure out where that came from. I used to always buy her white dolls, and it never got to me that it was relevant which color her dolls were." On top of that, we have DSTV in Nigeria, where children watch the Disney programs, and all her favorite characters were white. I started to understand why she'd feel the way she did, cause it was all that she'd been exposed to. The Queens of Africa doll's creator explains. Upon realizing the non-existence of black dolls within the Nigerian market, he decided to create a brand of his own. The doll's body parts are manufactured in China, and are subsequently assembled in Nigeria. In the midst of it all, Taofik also empowers local communities of stay-at-home mothers, who make money off of braiding the doll's hair and creating outfits. It takes about 3 hours braiding the hair. One of these women has made 60,000 naira, roughly $300, doing this. The physical features of his dolls are a constant work in progress, and Okoye aims at bringing changes to the dolls' looks every 2 years. The world's sunset and sunrise. That story of Taofik reminds me of the analogy we gave in a previous chapter about the sunset and the sunrise of the world. America is the world's sunset, Nigeria is the world's sunrise. For anybody that cares to listen, Nigeria is going to be known as the rising star of the future world. This I am absolutely convinced about. Nigerians are not people of a small stature by any dimension. Nigerians are filled with so much strength, grace and power. Nigerians are achievers. Nigerians are some of the greatest people you will find on the surface of the earth. We must bring all of these opportunities together to build for ourselves the greatest country in the world. It is interesting to see how building a nation can become incredibly easy when the emphasis is on mind development, education and human capacity training. For this to become a reality, however, that emphasis must not just be the responsibility of the government, it must be the emphasis of all stakeholders within a nation. For example, religious houses, families and the general society must all sing same song. We all must emphasize the need to grow our minds as a matter of urgency. You will remember that while we looked at the Jewish stories briefly in an earlier chapter, we saw how the Jews changed their emphasis and goal to tailor into what they want to experience and see as a nation. It therefore is no surprise at all that the Jews are one of the strongest nations in the world today. Their Human Development Index is quite high. Building Nigeria is not rocket science. Building a nation is not as difficult as it seems. If we have one Nigerian who has been able to do it, we need to invest in him. We need him to replicate himself at least in 1,000 other children. We need to celebrate him. He must become the icon that everyone sees on the television, and he must be the one being listened to on radio stations. He must become very popular in our schools and colleges. He must become the role model for our children. It is very shameful that millions of Nigerian children do not know the names I have cited so far in this book. It is shameful and disgraceful. We need to invest in these young people rightly and appropriately if we must become the greatest nation in the world. Taofik has done it, and we have seen his story. Taofik's idea is unique in the sense that children will always be born, hence he will always have a large potential market for his products. Taking Taofik's case as an example, what exactly do young people mean when they say there are no jobs, or that Nigeria is barren? What exactly do they need when they are trying to smuggle their way out of Nigeria? Many of our graduates are not aware that the best place for them to prosper is within Nigeria. Where there are a lot of problems, there are lots of opportunities. We must begin to change the way we think and our perspectives. Nigeria indeed can become the greatest country in the world. Nothing is going to stop us now. There is our destiny and we must fulfill it. 1. I challenge our government to wake up. 2. If Nigeria must become the greatest country in the world as she is bound to be, then women at all levels must be deployed for national development. 3. America is the world's sunset, Nigeria is the world's sunrise. 4. We must bring all of the opportunities in Nigeria together to build for ourselves the greatest country in the world. 5. Building Nigeria is not rocket science. Building a nation is not as difficult as it seems. 6. If we have one Nigerian who has been able to do something incredible, we need to invest in him. 7. Where there are a lot of problems, there are lots of opportunities. We must begin to change the way we think and our perspectives. Chapter 4. Significance.